Hello everybody and welcome to another tutorial stream. Alright, so today we are going to look at ComSats, setting up a ComSat network, and docking. Those are the two main subjects that we're going to look at today. We are going to go through the career and see if there's anything else comes up, but essentially we want to concentrate on getting those two things working. And that mind, this music, let us head off to there, and I'll stop this music over here, and we'll head over to the main thing. Okay, so here we go. So hello there, Sky, Deb, John Foss. Who else is here? Just you two guys at the moment. All right, well, maybe some other lurkers, but that's up to them. All right, so yeah, flat Earth. I'm not even going to get caught up in that. That's yeah. Let's avoid that subject because it's too ridiculous. It's too ridiculous to even get into. All right, so let's continue where we left off last time. Oh no. We want to resume the save. Alright, so we'll go to where we were last time, and let's look at now. We got a whole lot of extra parts on our last tutorial when we got all that science, and so now we are going to look at getting a sort of a ComSat up there. I want to just check what. Okay, satellite in moon orbit, that's fine, but first going to try do a ComSat. Okay, it's got nothing about ComSats in here. Alright, so we're going to ignore that. Yeah. Like I said, Sky, it's just too ridiculous to even waste any sort of time on that. It's, I mean, it's yeah. What can I say? Let's not go there. Okay, so all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this contract window, and we are going to look at getting a ComSat thing. Now let's actually have a look at what we've got in orbit. Okay, so at the moment we have got one satellite that we put in orbit over there. But if you look here, it is talking to a number of nodes on Kerbal. So to make our ComSat a little bit more kind of real or harder, what we are going to do is we are going to turn off all these other nodes, and we just want to have one node to Kerbal. So that's kind of what we want to do. Now it does make the game a lot harder. Last week we turned off the occlusion. This week we are going to turn off the custom and advanced. So last week we turned off the occlusion so that it's one, so that the signals do not go through the planet. Get a clean orbit that with only the KSC. Well, we only are so what we are doing, right, is look at this. Last week we turned on the occlusion, moved it all the way to 1, and basically that prevents any signal from cutting through planets and stuff like that, which was actually happening. Now you see this thing over here. Enable full set of ground stations for the DSN, not just KSC. Now what that is kind of, when you saw the satellite talking, it was talking to 3 different stations. What we're going to do is we are going to turn that off. So the only place that anything can talk to is to our tracking station here, to our com station here. That is the only place. Oh, Sky, that's exactly what we're doing. So if we look at this now, look at this guy. He now has got no communication with the Kerbal Space Center because the Kerbal Space Center is over here. So that's kind of what we are going for. Is we want to be able to get anywhere in there, but have no other stations, but the one on Kerbal, which is over here on Kerbal Africa. So that's where the Kerbal Space Station is. So in order to do that, oh yeah, but I mean, it's not going to make too much of a difference, to be honest. Oh, Scott, the reason the orbit was retrograded on this is it was a mission that we had to actually put a satellite up there in that orbit. That was the whole mission, right? So that was part of the mission to do that. So that's why it's over there. Now we could remove it. I mean, should we actually remove this and start with a completely clean? See, I mean, it's just a tiny little satellite. Now with what we had at the time. So what we could do is we could remove this completely and start with a completely clean orbit, and then get satellites, get the ComSat satellites up, and that. I mean, it's a cool little satellite. Let's do that. Let's actually remove this. You can see it's got no signal. Limited probe control. So no matter what I do, I cannot move this. I cannot move this at all. Not moving. Alright, so what we are going to do is we're going to go back to the tracking station, and for the purposes of this, let's remove it. Let's remove this guy. We are going to delete him. Destroy the mission. Terminate the mission. This will destroy, killing all crew. Yep. Okay, so we have now gone back to having a completely clean orbit. I mean, this is asking for a satellite here. We did the mission, we got the money. But now what we're going to do is we are going to put a communications satellite network around Kerbal so that we can communicate with it. So this is kind of what it is. This is now the mission that we've kind of given ourselves, because we've kind of put in a slightly hard mode by not allowing anything else but the Space Center to communicate with it. So first of all, we need to design a little ComSat. A ComSat that will work. Now, there are a number of ways to do it. Right, let's have a look at this. So this is the hex, what does the hex give us? I mean, this one, the Proton Sputnik right out. But the hex core, oops, there we go. Let's see. I mean, it's got an internal antenna. Not really that important. Well, it is. I mean, it gives you a slight bit of control. It's got SAS, got a small amount of electricity, got a reaction wheel, permanent access. It looks fine. That's 650. What's the difference with the Octa? Okay, so less of a reaction wheel. So this has got a slight, bigger reaction wheel. 0.5s. Oh, and it's got more SAS abilities, prograde, retrograde. This one has got just stability assist. So we're going to go with this one, with the hex core. Yeah, no, but I mean, we are dealing at this for a very beginner level, Sky. So it's not meant to be kind of the hardest mode you can do, but from a very beginner level, this is kind of what we want to do. Okay, so we're going to, so for beginners, this is a little bit hard to understand sometimes. So what we're going to do is, that's our basic satellite. It's definitely going to need some electrical power. We don't need any sort of SAS control, but we do need some electrical power. Because it has to do the communications and stuff like that. There's some electrical power. We're going to do like we did with the last satellite. We'll give it that, and we're going to give it a tiny engine, just so it can get itself around. Right, so I mean, there you go. You've got that there. And it's got to have a way of generating power. So let's give it, there we go, these guys, a 3x2 or 1x6. Do 3x2. So we're kind of making it the same as we did the last one, essentially. It's that we make it kind of the same satellite that we did last time. Right, so yeah, so there we go. We got the same satellite that we did last time, and now we're going to antenna. Now, the one thing that we did get is, you see, we got this big antenna here. All right, now that's a big 15G relay. However, I don't know if we really want that, because we're going to put this in low orbit. These are not kind of going to be the big antennas. This is to provide communications for just the Kerbal system. We are not going for like an ultra, wide communication thing. We want to just control the Kerbal system. So really, we definitely want a relay. I mean, we could go for, and that is a big one. It's also 2,400. So that's kind of expensive. And let's maybe try put that over there. I see that one's slightly cheaper, 1,800, and it's a 2G, which is still a fairly big thing, but I don't actually even want to do that. Because again, this is really just for the Kerbal system. So, if we do one of these, I mean, you really only need one relay. So, I mean, we could do exactly what we did with the last one. I mean, and we don't need two, we only actually need one. So I could bring this down like that, and literally that would be enough. That would give us, you see, notice how I'm taking the relays and not the direct antennas. Now the relay is the one that allows you to bounce the signals. The directed antenna does not allow you to bounce the signal. Now the relay also, they do combine as well. They do combine. So if you notice, thanks for pointing that out. If you notice, there's got something called combinable, which allows them to combine their power together. So two of them is more than one. It is also, but it does it in such a way that it does it via a square root and stuff like that. So it definitely creates a stronger signal. So I think maybe we should just do that instead. Now, these guys are also combinable, and these are also combinable. Right, the relays are combinable. That direct is combinable. That is combinable. That one is not. Yet and that one is. So this one guy is a single thing and it's not combinable. This one is. So what I'm thinking, since we're setting this up anyway, what if, because we wanted to throw a few of them up, if we do something like that? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking maybe do this. Try to kind of reduce the size of it. Maybe let's get rid of this bit. I mean, that would be that. Now I could always kind of do it like that. And that would give us 2G plus 2 5s. In fact, you know what? Let's do it like that. Let's just do that one. I mean, it's 1,800. It's like having 3 of those. But with that's 5M, this is 2G. So it gives us more. It does use more electrical power. Although this requires 51, that requires less. But what I'm thinking actually is, the 2, 3. That will ensure, 3 will ensure that we'll get sun from all angles. 2 can be in such a way that you don't get the sun. This will ensure that it gets sun from all angles. Hey, Kerbal. Alright, so that's kind of our little comm satellite that we're going to use. Very small. I mean, it's got 1,600 delta V, which which it can move itself around into position and things like that. So that's pretty good. And it's got that there. It's got that big antenna. We don't need another antenna with it because that's all we need. I mean, this is how we can communicate with this ComSat. You don't need a direct antenna on it because a relay does a direct antenna and will bounce stuff off. So a relay does both the jobs. Thing to remember is, look at that, 300, that's 900, and that's 1,200. These are all directs, right? They're cheap. This is 600, 2,400, 1,800. So the relays are a lot more expensive. They are also bigger. This is the one that folds up. I mean, these guys can they can fit pretty small. Just retake this and have it like that. I mean, really, really small. So they, they unfold and stuff like that. So your directs are smaller, but they don't have, a lot of the time, they don't have the power of this. So that is our ComSat. So let's call this ComSat. Yeah, just call it our normal ComSat. Okay. So we're going to save that. All right, now to get the coverage of the globe, we're going to need AK mods. Well, we actually haven't done other. We've done to the moon and stuff like that. We haven't gone through getting to other planets yet. So that we're probably going to do next week. We'll probably do how to, get yourself to other planets, like and things like that. But we haven't actually done that part yet. At the moment, we've really gotten things like landing on the moon, doing rescues, targeted landings, rendezvous. In this session, we're going to do ComSats and we're going to do docking. Alright, so now let's see what we're going to do with this one. Alright, so we got one of these. Now we want to have more of them. Because I mean, we could send one up at a time. You know, like you send one up, you put it in orbit, you wait for the Earth, you wait for Kerbal to rotate to the next position, and send another one up. And thank you for the follow, Kane Mods. So, you know, you send one up, you put it in orbit, and it's rotating around. Then you wait for it to move on, just like we did with the rendezvous. You know, you wait for it to move on, then you launch the next one. And you can do it that way. So you can do a whole bunch, you know, in one launch at a time. That is one way to do it. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to do as many as we can in one launch. We're going to try shotgun it. You know, so it will be cheaper to launch everything in one launch than, you know, many launches. But that's what we are going for. So how are we going to achieve that? Let's have a look. We have got this thing last time, the payload. See this payload thing? Right? Remember, this is what we used to kind of cover the satellite so that it could get up without being broken apart by the aerodynamic forces. But what we're going to do with this is, if you notice, okay, let me just move the if you notice, when I drag this thing, it's got all those other little dots. But what if we put the dot there? Look what happens. It creates a framework for this. Right? It's got an actual kind of framework thing of how it works. So what we want to do is we want to duplicate this satellite and maybe put another one inside the framework, so we can do two at a time. So how do we do that now? Because, you know, we can't, if we use the Alt left click, it's going to do that part. It's not going to do on the probe. So how do we do that? What we are going to do is, let's say our launch vehicle, yeah, let's put another probe over here. Maybe we just do it as a temporary thing, maybe. So it's a probe there, and then this button, reroute. Click on that, and you click on this probe there. And now that is the route of our ship. So if we Alt left click on that to copy, look at that, I've made a copy of it. I can drop this and see I've dropped it off over there. Alright, but that seems a little bit, and this is why I was trying to get the height of it down. Now again, we can only fit two. We can only really fit two in there. It's starting to, yeah. So let's I mean, we can fit two, and let's take this one, do that like that. That's one way of doing it. And there you've got two satellites. So we could launch two at a time. Why not be a little bit dangerous? I wonder if we can do something. Oh, it's going, let me do something like this. Yep. Can we do more of those? I wonder. Yeah, I could probably do a couple like that. Then with this, and fit another one in there. Then maybe put one there. That could get three. Could do it that way, you know, and have a bunch of them. Now, what we're going to do as well, let's reroute to this one. Make this the route part. Then we can get rid of this one. And maybe if we do something like that. This. And right, we put that on the bottom there. Not enough space. So what if we do it like there? There's kind of up. Would that work? Although no, because it's clipping through. That's kind of a problem. It's clipping through. So, I mean, we could do it like that, so that literally we can fit 3 in. But I say let's just say, you know what? Let's do 2 at a time. So we're going to do 2 satellites at a time instead of going for 4. Now there are other ways you can do it. You might have things where what you do is you have the satellites. What if we put this like that? What if we do the satellite kind of like that? And so it makes it narrower, and then we can fit more in. That's an interesting way of doing it. Let's actually explore this. Let's go and try explore that. See if we can get this so we can actually fit more on there. So let's take this off. Wonder if we could take that, move him, turn this around. Now, can we take that and maybe use our clipping, bring this in a bit. Bring that in a bit. So it's got that nice little fish area. I mean, how heavy are these things? These are 0.15 tons. So it is going to be a slight weight imbalance. And this would be one way of doing it. That's 0.175. Again, that might be one way of doing it. But, you know what? End of the day, let's just go with this way. We do 2 at a time. And you can try on your own. Now, if you want to try, do 3 or 4 or stuff like that, and see if you can build a ship around that. But at the moment, we are not going to be too ambitious. We are just going to do 2 at a time. So what we'll do is we'll do that same thing that we did over there, where we're going to take this, we're going to drop this over there. We are going to just put a probe core in the meantime. Route it on that one there, up. There we go. Okay, so we've got these guys. In there. That's fine. Right, and then we'll reroute it to that being the route. And we can get rid of that now. Okay, so we're just going to do 2 of these at a time. Okay, so we've got to get these into orbit. Okay. That is... Oh. We've got to get these guys into orbit. Let's, first of all, let's build the fairing around this. As you can see, the kind of the fairing is pretty simple for them. Alright, so there we go. We've got our nice fairing done. So the satellites will be totally smooth going up there. Okay, so now we've got to get these into orbit. So let's provide a little bit of a small amount to get that in there, that. Right, and what is that? That is going to give us 2,900. No, that's not quite right. $1,600. That's 2,900. Maybe if I... Just trying to see, this thing is not quite behaving the way it should. There you go, that's better. Right, we can always just adjust this later. We can remove this thing later. Just want to make sure that this thing is acting as it is. That's 1,952 for this. So that will be enough to get us kind of that final stage into orbit and things like that. What I am thinking of, instead of a big engine, just give it a smaller one. Try cut down the cost. Okay, so now we've got to get this up into orbit. So we really want to do that. We want to get this to be 3,400, but I'm thinking that we're going to put this, instead of putting this at 100, let's go and put this higher. Let's put it at about 3,400 kilometers up. And we're going to need more than what we usually do, which is the 3,400. We're going to throw this there. That gives us 1,000 delta V, and we are going to kind of give it another push. Maybe that's already 2,000. This will pick up at the same time. This will push us, should push us the last bit of the atmosphere into kind of a higher orbit. This one will be kind of, used to circularize and do other funny stuff really high. And this one, and these guys will, once they're released, they will circularize. I'll show you what happens. I'll show you what happens, because we're going to put ourselves into an elliptical orbit to start off. Okay, so let's go and kind of add the last part of this, and this will be kind of one of those big ones. And how much is that? Right, see, that needs to be a little bit more, but let's give us maybe this one. Actually, no, we've got to get it higher. This is kind of the initial stage. 4,000. Right, 4,000 is plenty. 4,000 is plenty, but look at that, 1.23. So that's kind of on the low side. So we definitely need to increase that, and we do that by doing what we have been doing with our other rockets, is by throwing on, try to, and let's throw on some solid fuel boosters, to get us up there. Now we've got these big guys. Would this be enough? Oh, wow, more than enough. 2.5. Okay, maybe you don't need as big ones. Maybe these guys would just be fine. So let's have a look at this. Alright, so make sure that this is, and what's that like? And we push these. This is the bottom rocket, so it fires up at the same time. 273. Okay, and let's lower these. I mean, look at that. I just need kind of a slight lift from them. Down to 45% of their power. But it will be enough to get us like way up there. So that looks good. I mean, that's kind of the rocket. 17,000, and that's going to be 2 ComSats. All right, so let's because we got stage recovery, I'm not going to bother with those, but with this one I might want to bring this one back and maybe try bring this stage. Okay, now as a safety measure, what I am going to do is I am going to give this no, that should be alright. That should actually be alright. Do I need to do a aerodynamic thing on this? No, I don't, because this is really just getting started. So it's not, these things are not going to be going when it's getting really, really fast. Right, so those will fire off when that separates. These guys will fire off when that separates. So all my staging looks right, and what we're going to do is just make this a little bit more stable at launch by these guys over here. Maybe okay, so it's kind of gives it a nice stable base. Okay, so that's the launcher. We're going to fire those off obviously when the rockets fire off. And there we go. We have got 2 ComSats. 2 ComSats. Not kind of, you know, we're doing 2 launches. I mean, we could try go for 4, but 2 will be fine. Let's try 2 at the moment, and then if it works, we go for 4. Yeah, and this is like 20k, and you've got 2 ComSats that will fulfill all our communication needs. They going to get a lot of power. They should be fine. Right, so let's launch this up. Now remember, we have got no communication besides the KSC now, so it makes it a little bit harder. So what we're going to do is we're going to push this up, and we're going to try go to 400, but we might have an issue here. And I'll show you what that issue is. So we could perhaps have an issue if we don't get this exactly right. Now, as you can see here, you've got your full probe control, communicating with the KSC, and can transmit science, which is kind of pointless because there's no science on this. So let's go for this and see what we can do. We'll just do our launch as normal, but we're going to try push this up to about 400 kilometers. Okay, so here we go. And do the launch. Just doing a standard launch now. Except instead of going to 100, we're going to go to 400. What we do is we wait for this to get to about 60 or so, and then we do our turn. Yeah, and now you can just follow that. Now look at the probe core. You see the probe core's actually got those prograde markers, so I can get it to hold prograde on the probe core as well. This looks like the seed communication is still good. Oh, no problem with communication. Just keeping on that, and you can see we're getting to about 10 kilometers now. Just want to keep on there. you look what's happening. Aerodynamic forces are minimal because we are keeping the prograde and we've got this nice and streamlined. Your SAS kicks off. Okay, I think I might know what the problem is. Does this wheel disappear as well? Does this wheel go like, does it go like that? Because that might be something that happens there. So he's going up. He's already on 39 kilometers. Just keeping in the pitch. Trying to get ourselves higher. We are going a little bit too fast, too low, but that's, there we go. Look, we're reaching that 100. What I'm trying to do is I'm going to try to let it burn more. Try to let it burn a little bit more. Get ourselves, we might need to bring a little bit extra fuel with this. Bringing this way up there. And 2. There. 500. Okay, and we're also in space now, so we can get rid of this in the meantime. Alright, are we going up to 500? Okay, and you can see what's happening. They're still communicating. Now at 500, we are going to add a maneuver. And we are going to bring this up to... let's take that to about... maybe take it to about... maybe let's take it to about 300. So take it to about 300. We push it ourselves up to 500, but when we circularize, we're only going to go to 300. So now you can see kind of the communication is there. Now what's going to happen? What is going to happen over here? Boom, we've lost communication. See that? See what's happened? We've lost communication there. So that's a problem. Because now, when we go over here, we've got no control over this probe at all. No control. So what's going to happen is we're going to get up here and we want to do our burn and we can't do it. No probe, so it's going to go and it's going to crash into the thing. And there it goes, it's crashing. We couldn't do anything. We literally couldn't do anything because we had no control over the probe at all. No communication equals no control. So let's revert back to the launch. That's one of the things I wanted to show you. So what do we do in that case? Well, let's, if you notice what happened, you notice what happens when we are at about 100, we could have put ourselves into orbit. We would have still had communication. We could have put ourselves into orbit. So what we need to do is we need to do that. So revert to launch. Same rocket, everything. We're not changing anything. We're just gonna do that in a different way. When you've got multiple communications on Kerbal, that's no problem. When you've got a single one, that is a problem. So let's do this again, and this time we're going to go up to 100, and we're going to put ourselves into orbit at 100, and then we've got, and once you get yourself into orbit, you've got all the time in the world, because basically what's going to happen is you're in orbit, you're stable, nothing bad can happen. Well, I mean, relatively speaking. So let's do that. Start up again, full power, launch. Doing the exact same thing now, except this time we want to stop when we get to 100. We'll wait for this to get about 60, and we do our turn. Yeah, and it's got nothing to do with power. That's the thing with this. It had nothing to do with power or anything like that. It was purely to do with it lacked communication. So we couldn't tell the rocket what to do. So this way, what we are doing is we are setting ourselves up. We are setting it up to 100. We do want to get into that 500 orbit. We have to do it in a slightly different way. So he's busy climbing. Busy gathering power. Okay. I'm just doing it on the edge there to try to keep myself climbing as my climb rate up. Not be as well. Here we go. We're climbing up. You can see we have 30 kilometers. Myself in the edge, but to keep myself in that prograde mark so that the aerodynamics don't hurt. Okay, and we're going up and we're looking at that. Remember, we want that to stop when it gets to 100. And 100. There we go. Okay. So that's how we are heading up to 100 now. What I actually do in this. So once we get into sort of the atmosphere, do that. So once we get into above 70, we can actually lose all this. And let's have a look at what's going on here. So there it is. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a maneuver and on the upper axis, and we're just going to circularize this. Hit that circularize button, makes it easier, and we are just going to circularize it. We can get ourselves into that. Still going up, not in space yet. The reason you get rid of this as soon as you hit space is simply it loses the weight. Okay, so we're in space. Now we can get rid of that. And we are going to move ourselves onto that position there. Onto that maneuver node. We still got communications. This will be a very close call. Sometimes what you might need to do with this, well, we'll see how this goes. So we remember we've got the occlusion and stuff like that turned off. So what this is a 20-second burn, 11 seconds before. Probably just a little bit faster. Look, 11 seconds before. 11.3 seconds. We still got communication. Still got, so we could still control it. And fire this off. Right, we still got communications, so that's good. Still got communications. And we lost communications. However, we are in a 187. So we just did enough to get ourselves just in thing. Now, how do you get yourself into a position where, I mean, we just didn't quite make it. Cannot delete maneuver node because you've got no control. So the question is, how do you actually give yourself more time to do that? You know, to have your communications and that working a little bit better. The answer is go up. Instead of doing that turn, wait until you're much higher, straight up, and then do your turn. It costs more fuel. But you will be kind of more above the KSC than before. I mean, we can work with this. I mean, we are in orbit. It's not the best orbit, but we are in orbit. So we can work with this. So what do we need to do? Batteries are unlocked at the same time the unmanned control module. Yeah. I mean, there is another way to do this. I mean, we're just going on the different strategies of how to actually do this. There is another way to do this, is where you send up your probes, you attach a man module to it, so that you don't need to talk to the comm station. Your pilot will actually take it into orbit. So what we've got here is we've gone completely computer controlled. What we could, however, do is have a man module sitting on the edge here, and so that these guys don't actually need the communication from the KC and can do it that way. Alright, so you think, okay, I've got no control. It's a wasted mission. No, it's not, because what you've got, at least we've got into orbit. So again, not the best orbit because it's down to 87, but we've got ourselves into orbit. So what's going to happen? We are going to just go around the planet. Then at one point, look at this, we're getting around. Now remember, we've got that occlusion, so it won't cut through the planet. But as soon as I can see the KSC, as soon as it's in line of sight of the KSC, look what's going to happen. A bit more. See there. Thanks, shock value. Yeah, this is really about, you know, it's really for, there you go, look at that. This is really aimed at the beginners and that. And again, what I've done is I made it a little bit harder. So now we've got full control of the probe again. So what we can actually do now is we can remove that node. And we can say, let's add another one over here. Maybe just move it a bit more forward. And what we can now do is we can push this up to that 500 that we wanted. So we're pushing it up to the 500 we wanted. Remember, we wanted to go to 500. And here we go, 500. And maybe just a little bit, move a little bit forward. So it's in a bit more time. There you go. In 17 seconds, 500. So what we can do now is we've got full control over this. We move on to that maneuver node. And at 6 seconds, we burn. Okay. There we go. So now what we've done, is we've got ourselves in an orbit of 100 and 500. Alright, and you think, well, that's all well and good, but I won't be able to do anything because when I get around there, I'm going to lose communication, which we are aware of. Now the other thing is, look at this, the batteries are going down as well. So let's, on one of our satellites, let's extend these solar panels. This one is on the outside, so this one should be fine to do that. So that way it's going to collect the sun and we'll recharge. I mean, you don't need this, you don't need communication to recharge. You do need communications to open those. So that's an important thing. So while we've got communications, we open those so that the battery is recharging. And we've got communications there. And look at this. We have lost communication. So we can't do anything. So we're going to go around again until, but look at this there, how the Earth is revolving. I mean, our Kerbal is revolving, and again we're going around. No communications up there. And we're waiting for that green line. And this is why it's kind of, I did it with one point, so you can actually understand how this communication works. Okay, so let's have a look. Now, what we actually do want to do is, on this upper axis, we want to add a maneuver on this upper axis to circularize. But we're not going to, and it's going to take 211 delta-V. But we're not going to do the entire craft. Question is, will we have communications this time when we get up there? And look at that, we see we're getting communications a lot longer because we're higher, we'll be able to see it a bit more. So that looks like we might have communications. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to release this satellite. Oh, design flaw. What did I do? What design flaw did I do? I connected these direct to these dishes with no way of separating them. You see that? So I can't actually separate them from this. So that's kind of a basic mistake. And it's easy to make, as you've seen. I've just made it. So we're going to have to revert this flight all the way back to the vehicle assembly. And there we go, look at this. And that's why I needed this. And I actually knew that this was happening because look at this. Remember I said over here, why is it not giving me a separate value? It wasn't giving me a separate value because they weren't separating. They were part of the same part. So what you've got to do is you've got to add, there we go, a small separator. Oh, there you go. You could actually use the small decoupler, which is 300. So what we're going to, so let's just remove this fairing. What we got to do, really, so let's just move this like this. We've got to put a little separator there, or a decoupler. A decoupler is fine. We don't need a separator. We just need a decoupler. That decoupler fits there. So now it can decouple and fire off that engine. Go. And then you're going to put another decoupler. Okay, let's just do this. Okay, maybe move this down there. So now there's another decoupler there. So now we've got the decouplers. So this one. So where's this decoupler? That decoupler and that engine. That. There's the decoupler. All the way down there. Okay. So there we go. We didn't have decouplers. Now, I've played this a lot and I still make mistakes like that. You know, so that's why your designers are often a lot of testing involved in order to do that. But it does give us an opportunity to show a different way of launching this. So you saw the other way, which is to go around like that and you wait until it's right underneath you. There is another way to do this. But to do this the other way, I am actually going to need now that should be alright. I'm actually going to need this to have more power. Let's give it a slightly more. We just need to increase these a bit. Alright, so I've just made a few design tweaks. We're going to call this Mark II. I mean, we don't have CAS or KIS to repair it, and I wasn't going to leave that in there like that. So let's have a look. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of where we are at. And what I'm going to do is build the fairing around it again. Okay, so I mean, it's again, these are common mistakes that you make, and it's and you know, it's actually one of the reasons why I've been showing the launchers going wrong all the time, you know, with launching the satellites, because these are mistakes that you make when you're doing this. Now that's the kind of one I didn't foresee. I didn't mean to make that mistake, but it's what happens. So now you can see we've got kind of, these are just structural things, but having that is the separator. That's the important thing. But what I've done now is I've increased the fuel in this stage, right? So we're going to do the launch differently than we did last time. Let's save this and let's launch this. So we're going to do the launch a lot different than we did before. Now last time we did the launch as we did normally. We went up to 60 meters per second and we did the turn. This time, to try to stay in communications range longer, we are going to go on a slightly different, less fuel efficient way of launching. So what we're going to do is we are going to launch this and we are going to go straight up. We are not going to do the turn. So look at this, I'm just going straight up. Hit 60, I'm not doing the turn. Hit 100, I'm not doing the turn. I am just going straight up. It's kind of the same sort of thing we did when we had a very non-aerodynamic rocket. Okay, so now I'm going to do the turn. And I'm going to do it a very slight turn. So what this is doing is, I mean, you can already see over there what's happening. What's actually happened is my vertical speed has gone really, really high. The vertical speed is just, you know, where before it was kind of sort of shallower, now my vertical speed has got really high, and my surface speed, I'm not really doing that horizontal speed, and it's very low. But before, my horizontal speed was much higher. It's kind of like it had the nice 45 thing. Alright, and now I'm kind of going to start doing a big turn. And now I'm pushing it because now I'm at like 20 or so. So now I'm really starting to try and push this turn. Gain much higher. And normally we're at like 10, 15 around that mark. I am really pushing this, and because we don't have that much aero forces on us, I can actually push it like this. So now we are trying to build up our horizontal speed. But we did a very, very steep launch. Yeah, a very steep launch. And we are at 100 now. We are at 100. Look what's happened. I'm like way up there, a lot closer to communications with the KSC. Now you see that kind of where we started. So we should, over there, we should remain in communication, no problem. I go to upper abscess and hit the circularize over there. It's going to cost us a lot more delta V to circularize. Right, get rid of these guys. Turn this on to that point over there. And you see now it's going to cost us like 1,159 to circularize, which is way, way more than it did on the other side. Now, so it's a much less efficient way, but we will remain in communications thing the entire burn. And look at this, from being a 22-second burn, it's now a 1 minute 8-second burn. And it used to be a 22-second second burn. We start at 34, but through this entire burn time, we will remain in communications because we went straight up instead of doing that normal curve thing. And again, we're doing it at 100. We're not going straight up to 500. And we are remaining in communication. And that's why we put more fuel on this stage, because we knew this was going to be way less efficient. Look at this, it's remaining in communication, no problem. It's not going over the horizon. It should remain in communication the entire time of the burn. Where the other one kind of ran out just before the end of the burn. So that's kind of another hint when you are doing communication, your first communication satellite, is to do it like that. now go up steep instead of okay, the engine would keep going. I think with limited communication, let me just, what's that? That's 101.95, right? And what you see with limited communication, you can, depending on how the probe is, you can sometimes go this 98, 102, that's fine. With limited communication, you can sometimes go full burn or no burn. There's no in-between mode. And sometimes you can't do, you literally got no control. You cannot steer your craft and stuff like that. So if you are slightly wrong, there's not much you can do. And look at that, the entire time, and I'm still in, sort of in comms range. Finish the burn, I'm still in comm range. So what I can actually do now is I can open these guys up. Yeah, so we're getting electricity. It's still in comms range. No problem. Right. So now we're out of comms range. Now you see I cannot turn the craft at all. However, what I can do is I can use these buttons. You know, so I can set prograde, I can set retrograde. So that's what you can do with limited probe control. You can set prograde, retrograde, full burn, no burn, but you can't I can't move it any other way. So that's, you know, that's what you can't do. And hey, Demon Strip. What's the optimal orbit for a poem broadcast? I have no idea. Alright, so let me F5 this. Alright, so what we are going to do, and again, I can't set up maneuver nodes and stuff like that. So what we're going to do is we are going to wait for this to come around. And then we are going to push ourselves up into the 500 kilometer orbit. And again, this is exactly the same as the other way that we did with the other method. Okay, so here we go. Should be getting communications back up soon. Communications really soon. Should be able to see a KC now. There we go. Okay, so we can see the KC there. So over here, I'm going to add a maneuver, and I am going to push this all the way up to 500. Just like we did with the last one. And maybe a little bit. Let's see, I'm looking over here to see what's happening. I mean, you can just also look over here by right-clicking on that. But that's what we like about... One of the things we like about Precise Node is we can actually see the information right there. Okay, so 500 and 101. Okay. So that is a 6 second burn. I'm not in position. Maybe let me just move a little bit forward. Alright, so it's still the same. 12 seconds in total. 6 second burn. And just get it onto that maneuver node. Oops. Just missed it sort of a little bit. Not really too... It's just prograde, so it's not too much of an issue. See, all that fine control you don't have. And let's see, okay, and it's going up to 500. Perfect. Okay, so there we go. We've got that going into a 500 kilometer orbit. But by the time it gets there, we'll be out of range of communications. So, just like we did before, we're going to wait until the Earth or the Kerbal rotates so that we have communications there. So the next one we should maybe have so let us see. And hi Buzz Confess Bessie. How you doing? We are at the moment we are doing communication satellites, setting them up when you've only got the KSC available. Alright, so that looks like it could be fine. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Alright, so add a maneuver on the upper axis, and we are going to go into circularize. But this is the thing now. We are not going to circularize with this guy. We are going to take this and we are going to decouple this one. So let's F5 this first. F5 decouple. Right. That's kind of and we're going to switch over to this craft using we are going to activate this engine. Activate this engine. Give us a kind of a push away. Okay, then we're going to open this. We got power. Okay, and we are going to go onto that maneuver node. And it's a 7.7 second burn. And let's see how close we get to it. Hope its communication works. Right, so 4 seconds before we are going to do the burn. Now, we should be alright. Should be alright. So 4 seconds before. You're on the point and go. Right, and what's that? 500 by 497. We just need more. See, remember, you can't do this if you don't have communication. Okay, and done. Okay, so this guy is now in a 500 kilometer orbit, and we are going to call this, we are going to rename this as ComSat 1, and it's a relay. So that's one of our communication satellites done. Now if we go to the other one, so how can I click on that guy and switch to, right, so now we're on this guy, and we're going to have to get this guy into a 500 orbit, but we obviously don't want to have it at the same time, at the same place that one is. So let's wait. Now, remember, this is going into a lower orbit, so it's going to go faster. It's going to move ahead of this one. And it's same, you know, like we did with the rendezvous maneuvers, and that's why I went and kept it on the elliptical orbit. So watch what's happening. Yeah, it's moving ahead of that. Yeah, it's moving way ahead of it. Right now, it should be communicating now. And look at that. I can see that other satellite. I can see it. So, for example, okay, on this upper axis, I'm going to just add a maneuver here. On the upper axis, I'm going to circularize. But if I switch over to this one, look what happens now. Boom, boom. And now we've got communication to this satellite, even though it cannot see the KSC. And that is what you do with the relays. That is the whole idea of the relays. But someday, two objects at the same time, boom. Well, it's yeah, it's all. This is all part of the master plan. So I mean, obviously, if I go and do this like that, you know, the ComNet vessel links. You can see that's linked to that. But at the moment with this, we're just looking at how to get kind of the path to KSC. Okay, so now what we can actually do is we really don't need this other part. So we can actually just decouple this, and we're going to rename this as ComSat 2. And oh, there we go. We're going to add the maneuver at the upper axis, and we are going to circularize that. Done. So get ourselves into position. Now, one thing we might have to do is, you see this engine is not activated, so you might have to just activate the engine just to make sure that the engine moves. Right, and let this thing go. Alright, and it says a 4-second burn. Sorry, a 7.7 second burn starting 4 seconds before. Be nice and close. And see, we are in communications with it. Right. And that's 500 by 500. So, that is the first branch of our communication. Yeah, the ComSats actually do the circularization. So, that's why if we had 4 ComSats on that thing, it would go around 4 times and just deploy them sort of at the various intervals. And so look at that. You see, you've got that nice. So if we look at this, we've got this, and it's always going to be this way. So now we would launch the second. We would launch the second one, the second set of 2. So that's what we're going to do now. So these ComSats are fine. This other part over there is just space junk now. I mean, if you kind of move this around, look how they stay in communication the whole time. These guys are in communication the whole... sorry, there. Let's do it like that. Right, so no communication. There, he's got communication now. Now, he's out of communication range of the KC, but he's bouncing off there. And now they're both out of communication. So, we need things to fill in those gaps. You know, we need another 2 to fill in those gaps that we've always got that communication. You see, look at that. All right, so now this one is, I said, just space junk. So what we could do, a lot of the time, what I do is I add in an extra probe to get rid of the space junk. I add in a probe on here that would kind of fire this off with, you know, with an antenna, a small antenna that will fire it off and, you know, deorbit that as space junk. But this time I didn't do it. We could always just maybe send a mission to go and collect that space junk. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to the Space Center and we're going to launch another 2 satellites. So, you know, another 2 satellites to fill in the gap. Again, and we're going to do the same... no, don't even need to. Don't even need to do that. I can just go straight to the launch pad and say ComSat Mark II. Oh. Oh, wait, no, it's already filled. Launch. And yeah, Dev, it's kind of, it's using that whole, you know, rendezvous thing where when you're in a lower orbit, you go kind of faster, relatively speaking. So it moves it ahead. And now this one, we're going to do the exact same thing. But what we might actually do is, just to do this a little bit better, what we might do is we might go and we wait for one of these satellites to be over it. Now, not because alright, so there we got this satellite over it. Right, so and hey Magalo. Yes, this is a Kerbal tutorial thing that I do every Friday, looking at various things. Today we are looking at ComSats and we are looking at docking. Alright, so now I've got that guy. He's floating above. Oh, and Mogala, thank you for the follow. And welcome to the Alien Army. Alright, so we've got this guy. So these guys should be, if we click on this, you can actually see the whole communication. So these guys are in, and Korea Jombizi, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Alien Army. Okay, so now we're going to do the launch, but now that we've got the satellites above, we don't have to worry about going straight up. We can actually do a normal launch. And fire this off. So we're going to do just our normal launch now. We don't need to do that straight up launch. I did a 4... Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Look, there's a different way. Some people go into the big orbit straight away. They go into the big orbit and then they burn the satellites elliptical to try get them into the thing. My way is I just put myself into an elliptical orbit and then the satellites fire themselves off to get circularized. So it's a... In my opinion, it's a much more fuel efficient way to do it. So he's going, and you can see kind of the vertical speed here is already 270, where on the other version our vertical speed was like 60 or so. I mean, not vertical, horizontal speed. However, the vertical speed on this is a lot less than on the other one. Yeah, and I mean, you know, the fact that you got your stuff into orbit with one way, and everybody's got their different methods of doing it. You know, everybody's got their own methods of doing it. This is the method I tend to always use. It works for me. And again, normally I would do something like go into what's called, you know, the geosynchronous orbit, or in Kerbal terms, the geosynchronous orbit. Right, so we are still going up. It's still going up, and you see how it's getting, just definitely getting a lot more speed down. But we are still heading up into space. Again, we want to get ourselves, to 100. We're just in the same thing as we did before, except this time we're doing it, yeah, kind of more like a normal launch. And why are we doing it more like a normal launch? Because when it, you know, when we get to that circularized part over here, even if we lose contact with the, you know, even if we lose contact with this craft, we'll be able to bounce off the other two satellites. So we're going to add a maneuver over here on the app-apps, and we're going to circularize. Right, once we hit space, we'll get rid of these guys. Right, so we hit space, get rid of those. Move this onto there, and look at that, 558, 548. Yeah, all your satellite needs to burn is one burn to circularize itself. That's it. That's all your satellite. Where the other way, if you bring yourself up into that circle, your satellite needs to burn to get itself into an elliptical orbit, and then it needs to reburn to get itself back into a circular orbit. So that's kind of where the fuel efficiency is. So your satellite only does one burn as opposed to two burns. Of course, if you got the main thing doing the different burns, and it just releases the satellite with no engine at all, yeah, that's a different story. But if you actually got engines on your satellite, then that's what you'll do. Now, I like to have engines on my satellite so they can make adjustments when they need to. Right, so what I can actually do, I can actually extend these. Might as well extend them now. Yeah, get the power. And at 18 seconds, I've got a burn. Just to get myself circularized. Now, what's actually happening is, will I run out of communications range when I get there? I believe I will. Look at that. You see, it's got a direct to the space center. At the moment, 18 seconds. And boom. Right, now, is this going to last the entire time? That's the question. Are we going to lose contact like we did last time in the middle of the burn? And there we lost contact. But it's bounced through another satellite. That's where that bouncing signal comes. So we are not losing communications, even though we lost communication with the actual space center itself. So let's have a look at what's happening. Let's just finish this burn, getting kind of right. Okay, so there we go. The burn's finished. Oh, look what's happening. It's bouncing through this one, maintaining communication. Now, remember last time we did the normal launch, we lost communications. This time, that's why I waited till the satellites were above me before I did the launch. Okay, so you see now that I've got this and it's got that communication going, I can go and I can do this. Add a maneuver and push this up to 500. I can literally do the exact same thing. But I've got a lot more time to do it. Okay, and because it's got the communications there, and I think, oh, whoa, this one is going to be out of contact soon. Yes, but look where this one is. So, and that's kind of the whole idea about having the ComSatellite system set up. So at 7 seconds, I'm starting this burn. And burn. Right, so I'm pushing this sort of up to that point. Now, obviously, you see I maintained that the whole way, and look what's going to happen now. Okay, so this one is going out of communications range, and look what's happening. It's bounce, bounce, bounce. So that's kind of the whole idea of this, is to do this whole bouncy thing. It's a bouncy castle. That's what it is. Oh, the bouncy castle. Right, so this is carrying on. Now, what's going to happen here? Will we have the ability... okay. So will we have... Let me actually delete this. Will we still... Teamwork makes for dream work. Yeah, they the comms. Now, will we have a connection still? Okay, is that too close? I believe that is too close. I mean, we could do it over here, but it's probably too close with that one. So, you know what? I'm not going to burn there. See, now look, nothing's in communications range. So, let's see. This one going to be any better. And there we go. Look at that. All right. And this is in a better position. So, what I'm going to do over here, add maneuver on the upper axis, circularize. In fact, what I can actually do is just let's first of all, let's decouple this one. Activate the engine. Just give it a boost. Right, and open these guys. That's got some power. Okay. I'm going to call this ComSat 3. Okay, and that on the upper axis. Add a maneuver on the upper axis, circularize. Alright, and it Oh yeah, that's the whole idea. I don't decouple when it's not in relay mode. Alright, so this, what it's going to do, I'm going to do a 4-second. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's a problem. That's a problem. I'm a little bit too far. There's no communication. There is no communication there. So that's an issue. It's a little bit too far. So this is the kind of thing. So we can't actually do anything. So what I'm going to do, in fact, I think what I'm going to do over here, again, and I can't do anything because I've got no communication. I'd have to wait. And this is kind of the, like I said, it's a bit of a waiting game. However, what we found is maybe 100 is too low. So let's change that ellipsis a tiny bit to maybe, instead of the periapsis being 100, let's bring it up to maybe 150. I mean, we could just leave it like this and wait till we're in a good position. Or we could do it to 150. So I think we might get a good position if we just leave it. Again, it's about waiting for that opportunity. And again, because it's a separate satellite, it really doesn't matter. It is following the same ellipsis. Let's have a look. Don't know, again, I think it's too close. Might be too close. You know what? Again, this is like I'm trying to get like a nice neat 4. So you know what I'm going to do? Is I am just going to push myself, delete this. I'm going to push myself at the periapsis to push myself into a 150. Yeah, put myself into kind of a periapsis of okay. So what that's going to do, that should be a little bit behind that. Okay. So can I see that? You see, you can always have full communications, how everything is visible. Oh. Actually, this one is at a good position now. This one is actually at a good position. That one's actually at a much better position. So let's decouple this one, and we are going to wrong one. That one. And we are going to push on there and turn. Oh, I forgot to. Okay, forget about that one. Let's just rename this ComSat. 4. Go back to this one. Oh, so that one's kind of released. It's going to do its thing. All right, so at the apoapsis, at the apo, and circularize. I mean, it's still got communications with that, so it should be all right. Because we did do that 150, so it changed it just a little bit. So 3.3 seconds burn. I mean, it's often a lot of little tweaking. Sometimes you need to just adjust the satellites a little bit. And okay, so he's done. So move that, and if you look at what's going on, he's got that. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch to this one. All right, and let's have a look at what's going on. He's communicating there. So there's got nothing communicating at the moment. And again, we're just going to wait until this one gets into a position kind of there. So will it be now? And we should have a good coverage of everything. Nope. There. And again, this is just about, getting that nice, sort of, kind of that square thing around. Okay. Yes, that looks perfect. Okay, so, at the upper apsis. Add a maneuver at the upper apsis, and circular. Right, and it's a 4-second burn. And you can see even though I'm not there, I've got communications with it. Right, 4 seconds. Boom. Got the communications. Right, move that, and there we go. So now, wherever we are, we will always have communications. So it's kind of got that square thing. So you see you've got that square going around. Look at that. Always somebody is communicating with the KSC. So all our other craft that go up there will communicate with one of these guys, which will relay it back to the KSC. Now that's kind of what you want. I mean, it's not the neatest thing. You might want to bring this one a little bit forward and stuff like that. And you can do that by doing a slight elliptical thing. You know, they're all at 500. So you do this at a slight elliptical thing, which will move it. Although this one is at 502, 500. So there are some differences. These things will scrunch around. But you've pretty much got ComSat 4, 3, 2, 1. So 1, 2, okay, well, these are in opposite directions. Maybe I can just change this to 3 and that one to 4. So let's change this one. Let's rename this one as 3. rename as 3. Then we're going to switch to that one and rename this one to 4. Okay, and there we go. We've got ourselves sort of a whole big communications thing. So how's that? All right, now there is something else. Right, so what I can do with these two ComSat relays, which are just space junk, I mean, we can leave them there. Hi, thank you. We can leave them there, or we can just say, you know what, just let's remove them. Let's terminate those two, because I mean they're just a waste of just space junk. Got nothing to it. And you've got yourself your whole kind of communication thing. Now I can send up another one. Say, I think this looks like it wants somebody in here. I can see this is a mission. That wants a mission up there. But wherever I go, anywhere, I will have communications to the KSC because I've got my ComSat relay going. Now the other thing to know is at a height of 2,873 kilometers is what is called geosynchronous orbit or geosynchronous orbit in Kerbal terms. What that means is that if I put a satellite above the KSC at that height, that will travel around at the same rate as Kerbal rotates, meaning that it will always be above Kerbal. And usually what I do is I build a satellite network on the top there like that, so that you've always got one satellite that is, so you've got a satellite mesh that is kind of always steady. And then your other smaller satellites would be at the bottom. But those I usually make my more powerful satellites to communicate out of the system. So we could try do that. We try put up a satellite on geosynchronous orbit. But let's have a look. You see, this has got some other thing over here. So let's have a look at what this is now. Definitely got another. They've given us another mission. Build a new surface outpost on the moon. Okay, that's one way to do it. Okay, so there's rescue. Science data from space. Position a satellite in equatorial orbit of Kerbal. Okay, so here's an example. Position a satellite in equatorial orbit of Kerbal. That is what that red line was. So let's do that. I mean, let's do that one. So what we've got to do is that's what this red line was telling us. We've got to set up a satellite over here. Now, of course, we've got no Kerbal controlling this. So it's going to have to rely on our network in order to do that. So what we are going to do is let's go build that satellite and send it up there. And of course, we're going to, we might as well throw a relay on it as well to kind of help with the thing. Oh, what have we got here? What does it say? ComSat debris recovered. ComSat debris recovered. Debris recovered. Okay, that's just normal. So let's have a look at this particular mission. Build a new unmanned probe that has an antenna and can generate power. So unmanned probe has an antenna, can generate power. Okay, so that would be solar panels. An antenna reach the designated orbit have an accelerometer on the satellite. Okay. So, you know, we've done this before. Let's see, this was called, I think we called it ComSat 1. That was this guy. Okay. But instead of the accelerometer, it wants a, instead of the thermometer, it wants an accelerometer. So, let's actually just modify this one. Let's modify this way. Get rid of this. Throw in maybe a big antenna. There you go. And throw in, maybe make this like 3. Oh, that's the octa. No, we don't want the octa. We want the hex core. The hex core is better. Right, so again, we've got a problem. Let's just put this there. Throw this as the root. Way there. Put in a hex core. Okay. Wow, this thing. Okay, so right, and then 3. Okay, then we are going to set this as the root. Get rid of this one. And little tricks you learn. That's pretty much it's almost the same ship. Alright, and okay, so you've got that there, and now, okay, so it's got a generate power, has an antenna, and has an accelerometer on the satellite. So that's the science. Okay, no reason for it really. Alright, and this is kind of a big ass thing, so we're going to call this ComSat. I'll just 2 maybe. And we are going to build the fairing around this. That. Okay. Don't know why it's clicking so much. Because yeah. Okay. So that's kind of our little thing. Okay, so that's kind of it. Have that. It's got an antenna. Got those. It's got the accelerometer. Probably just increase the thrust. Yep, that should get us to that position. 5,900. Should be alright. It should be alright. So let's launch this guy. Now the thing is, let's make sure that everything's kind of sorted. Okay. So the thing about this is everything is there. So let's launch. Now we don't need to wait for any particular time to launch because the satellites are always going to be above us. The ComSats are always above us. So we don't actually need to wait for any particular time. We can just launch it right now. Although what I might do is I might wait until it's daytime, just so that you can see. Oh, there we go. Daytime. Okay. So we've got daytime, and again, it doesn't really matter when we launch because we will always have good communications now. And we are going to launch this guy. And we're going to just do a normal launch. We don't need to do anything special on this launch because we don't have to worry about communications anymore. This thing should remain in communication the entire time. We can circularize when we want, we can control when we want, and everything like that, because communications are there. Obviously, when we go to something like the moon, you know, and you're on the other side of the moon where you've got no communications, that's a problem, and that's kind of where you want to do sort of outer communications, or you know, like sort of a satellite system around the moon where you've got can bounce, you know, you can bounce around the moon and stuff like that. Who's the spoiled child? Ooh. Well, this is still going up. This actually looks like a little bit of a stick grenade. Cool Cat. Oh, Cool Cat is like a spoiled child. Bit of pain lately. Okay, and up to about 100. Done. Actually, he's get rid of that. Alright, so let's have a look at the upper axis, add a maneuver, and we are just going to circularize. Oops. First get this up. So we've got to do this until we get into space. And we're in space. Alright, so get rid of this. And now that we are in space, we can actually open these guys up. Because again, there's nothing to prevent us. Alright, and then it's a 28-second burn. And you can see it's kind of, you've still got direct transmission, the KC. So, I mean, kind of that seems normal so far. At 15 seconds we got the burn. And 15 go. Right, so that's busy doing its whole circularization. Okay, circularization is done. Look, so got good communication. Right, and what we're going to do is we are going to do like that. So you can see how it's bouncing. Right, it's not bouncing at the moment. We've actually got a nice, and there we go. We just moved out of it. And there it bounces. Now look at this. You see that these orbits aren't exactly right. Aren't exactly matching. I mean, I could make adjustments to make them match. But now it's doing that whole bounce thing, the relay. Okay, so the relay's there. That's no issue. Now what I could do, I want to go to this periapsis. Should I go to the upper apsis? So let's burn all the way to the upper apsis. What we're going to do is add maneuver here. And you see, because I've got the communication and around, I can do the maneuvers whenever I want to. I don't need to sit around and wait for it to get to that particular point. Okay. And maybe okay, so if I burn over there, it will get me up to that point. Right, and that is a 25-second burn. And of course, you know, the KSC is on this side, so it's, you know, totally opposite to what I've got. But again, it won't matter because I'll just be doing the bouncies. So that's in 8 minutes time. Remember, this is unmanned. So it's, you know, you can't have normal sort of the astronauts making the decisions. The guys on the ground are making the decisions. The idea is just to remember, use relays so that they pass the stuff through. On your single ships, you know, there you would use your kind of direct antennas. But on these, you definitely use your relays. Right, so 13 seconds we've got the burn. You can see it's kind of bouncing and bouncing back. We've got a good communications, and it tells you kind of how it's you know, how it's bouncing. Right, so this is pushing this all the way out. No, it depends. The lower they are, obviously the faster they move. And I mean, it depends on, the reason I chose 500 is because, nice number. No, to be honest, the reason I've got low power antennas. So what I usually do is I usually have a set of antennas kind of low, and then I have antennas with very, you know, the most powerful ones, the 100 gigawatt, 100G antennas. I have them at geosynchronous orbit. So those are at geosynchronous, and then I have another set at a low orbit because those will communicate with the airplanes and everything else. You know, it doesn't need to go too far to communicate. The low power antennas should be able to talk to these guys. And we can actually try that out. Let's try that out. Alright, so this is kind of all set up. So what we're going to do is when we get to here, add a maneuver over here, and now it's obviously not going to be a circularization. Because it's slightly different. So let's slightly that's might have to do it just to I turn. So I'm just trying to match this up. Oh, and I mean, you know, that is actually that's actually close enough. They shouldn't complain too much about that. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good. All right, so that's in 3 hours' time. So 3 hours' time, we've got a burn for 321. Now we've only got 114, but then we can do the satellite. So that's not a problem. So we get ourselves all set up, and we are moving ahead. And we can actually just F5 that and move ahead. You can see what's happening. Oh yeah, it's well within acceptable deviation. And you can see what's happening. Look how this is going out, and it's still connecting to all these little satellites to communicate. So look how cool that is. He has taken the shortest possible route to communicate with it. See, it only bounces when it needs to. That is kind of the whole idea of that. Right. We are going close. 20 minutes. I suppose I could have made this out a little bit further. Seems that not quite there, but you know what? If it needs it needs adjustments, it will do the adjustments. Okay, and so 5 seconds before we've got to do the burn. And done. Okay, so let's see if this will accept it. Maintain stability for 10 seconds, done. It's accepted it. Okay, so now we've got another communication satellite way back there. So it's kind of, you can see how slowly this one's moving. I mean, we could move this up too. Now that this job is done, I mean, how high is this? 5,800. And this is at 3,000, whatever. So, what we could do is if we go on this one and we add a maneuver and we drop this down, the periapsis, we want to drop down to 2873. Now this is in one of the wikis and stuff like that. You do a search for geosynchronous orbit. Right, so we drop it down to 2873. What that's going to do is that's going to put the periaptus over, sort of at geosynchronous orbit. I've got 1050 years, so we should have enough power to do this. Yeah, geosynchronous. It's the play of geosynchronous. So let's have a look. So let's F5 this quickly. And literally a 1 second burn. In fact, that's actually on. All right, so 2863. Okay, it's close. It's honestly it's close enough. 2863, 28. Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm just trying to remember from memory, so I was pretty close. Right, so. 2892. Let's just do it like that. Let's just throw it on. 2863. There you go, 2865. Okay, that is close enough. And then on this point, add maneuver and circularize. Okay, so let's see what's happening. Uh, 10 minutes. There you go. Alright, so we are going to burn for 5 seconds. It's kind of right above the KC. And alright, so 3 seconds before we start burning, and look at that, we're right above it. Got lucky. We didn't need to do many orbits to get to that stage. Okay, again, I just repurposed one of the satellites that we did to do this. But that's the whole idea, is to not drift. Okay, so what have we got? 2865 and 28. Oh, perfect. Alright, so we are going to name this as rename. We're going to call this ComSat 1. Okay, so now look at where it's positioned. So see where it's positioned now. As this goes around, look at that, it's maintaining that constant communication because it is rotating at the exact same rate as Kerbal is rotating. Now you see that? As it moved around, it maintained at the same time. So if I go and throw up a satellite and put a satellite here, put one here, put one here, those guys will always be in the position. It doesn't matter what goes on below it. Because if these guys ever lose communication with it, they can communicate to the bigger satellites on the outside. There we go. Stalker 1. But that's And that's why you tend to, I mean, I used my biggest one over here, which is not very big, but that's one way of doing it. Now, let's go have a look. Let's go try a little experiment. So, will the drift between 2863 and 2865 is going to be so small that it's really not, it's going to, I mean, you might need to do adjustments every now and then, but it's kind of, it should be good for the game. Right, so let's put our system to the test. So what we are going to do is let's go onto the docking part. So let's go into the docking part. So what we're going to do with the docking part is we are first going to put a kind of station in orbit, and what we're going to do is we're going to do it based on a hex core. Okay, no, don't save. Let's actually see if we got any missions for it. Maybe we can build something mission wise. Wrong thing. All right, see if there are any missions. Build a Midma station, build a new surface outpost on Duna. Okay, we're going to accept that. Host a satellite. Yeah, we can accept that as well. And build a surface outpost on the moon. Land your outpost, build a new outpost that has antenna, docking port, can generate power, have a facility to support at least 5 Kerbals, and have a pilot on the outpost. Okay. That's actually... Let's do that. Let's do that one. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to do that as our docking test as well. So, what we're going to do is we're going to put this... Right, so build a surface outpost on Minmus. Oh, not on the moon, it was on Minmus. Okay. Surface outpost on Minmus. Build an outpost that has an antenna, has a docking port, and can generate power. Support at least 5 Kerbals. Alright, so let's start this with a cupola. Alright, so we've got a cupola. Now if you look at the cupola, it's got a kind of a small antenna, a 5K antenna. Okay, we're going to do this. Can support at least 5 Kerbals. And so what we're going to have is, where is that? That's 4. So there you go. That can support at least 5 Kerbals. Alright, can generate power. So that would be, you know what, let's do it like this. Now this is not going to be the best way to do this. Do it like that. That. And if you want landing leg, use the big ones. So Normally, I mean, it would make more sense to have it would make a lot more sense to kind of have like a lab and stuff like that. But we're not going to do it that way. So it's got 5 Kerbals and generate power. So to generate power, we would have to have these guys. Let's do 4 of those. Alright, that would generate power. Have a docking port. So we're going to use as docking ports. So let's give it 2 docking ports. Alright, so there's your docking port. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw this up into the air, and then we are going to get another Kerbal to take over and land it on Minimus. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to give it some extra power. Okay, so this is our little outpost. You're going to call this Minimus Outpost 1. I mean, we could do science and stuff like that on it, but we're not going to bother. It's just going to be a little outpost. It's just going to land there. It's got 1,500 Delta V. It's got docking ports and stuff like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop this into space. It has an antenna. Okay, so I am going to give it this antenna over here. It's a direct antenna. This is a direct antenna. It opens up. Now it's a 2G antenna. So it's a direct antenna. Hey Bristol boy, thank you for the host. Now it's got a range. It will reach Kerbal no problem. However, when it is not out, it is not operating. So what you've got is we've only got this small antenna that is 5K on this guy. So that's the only antenna we've got. So how you doing, Mr. Bristol boy? Bristol boy is a Star Citizen streamer. So if you're interested in Star Citizen and like hearing I don't know whether to say British or British accent. Not saying where in Britain. And he's not the king of the Britons either. I am doing very good. Okay, so this is this fulfills all our needs of the outpost. But what we're going to do is we are just going to put this up into the moon orbit. I'm sorry, we're going to put this up into kind of orbit of Kerbal, and then we're going to give it a new crew. So Jeb is going to get it up there, but the person who wants to land it on the moon is actually going to be Lisney. Or land it on Minimus. Sorry, Minimus. Is actually going to be Lisney. Now we've got no kind of... you know what? I'm actually going to give it a relay antenna as well. Again, it's going to be folded up, so it's not going to be any use up until it's needed. Now the reason I'm giving it a relay is so we can actually see what's happened, you know, using the two. So these are great, you can fold them up so they are no use until you actually unfold them. So we're going to send. So Jeb's going to fly this into orbit. Then Listenings's going to come up, and they're going to swap places. I know. Well, we collect. Remember, yeah. How is that? Oh, because okay. So you still get the Kerbals, but look at that. They get no points for the rescue. So they got no kind of. They've got no experience. But Kerbals don't die. They just reconstitute. Just add water, and you get more Kerbals. That's the way it works. With Kerbals, you just add water. You know what they're like? They're like sea monkeys. Kerbals are like sea monkeys. That's what it is. Alright, so we're going to put this into orbit. So let's give it... we give it like that. Give it one of these engines. 1,500. The other one will get us to Minmus. What's the ticket to Minmus? It's 1,000 to get to Minmus, or like, what was it? 870. If we look at the Delta V map, if you look at this Delta V map, right? So to get to Minmus, it's 930 to get to Minmus, and then another, let's call it 300. So it's 1,000. Let's call it 1,200 to get to Minmus and land on Minmus. Yeah, let's call it 1,200 to get to Minmus and land on Minmus. 1,300. Okay. So that's what it would take to get to Minmus and land on Minmus. So what have we got over there? We've actually got 1,400. So that will be close. That will get us to Minmus and land us on Minmus. Okay. Yeah, it appears so. I'll stream that. It appears so because we killed many Kerbals because of lack of parachutes. Oh, yeah. What happened is we collected all the Kerbals, but we didn't have enough parachutes on our craft. And if you look at this hitchhiker container, the amount of tolerance, tolerance for impact is 6 meters per second, and we kept on exceeding that. So this kept on exploding. So as long as you rescue them, if you die on the landing, you should still get them. Again, that's a new thing. I did not know about that. I think he did. He's a nasty old fella, that one. So we need to get this to about 3,400 or so. So let's pop this over here, and maybe where's my fuel? And let's see what is this? All right, we've got the new mainsail engines. Now look at that. So I can actually look at that. That will get us into orbit. That will literally get us into orbit. Oh, and you know what's missing over here? Well, I think it's how much of a reaction wheel has that got? 9. Okay, so it's got a pretty good reaction wheel. All right. So that will actually get us all the way to Minmus They will get us all the way to Minmus and land us on Minmus. That's it. Although 40,000. We probably could do this cheaper. But you know what? That will get us to and from Minmus. Or to Minmus and land us on Minmus. Although I'm not 100% sure about that one being at low altitude. Should be pretty high. Yeah, so what we're going to do as well is let us throw in some parachutes to try collect these guys. Right, so I'm putting some parachutes on there. So when this breaks away and this one takes over, those parachutes will go and we'll... well, let's see, how much does this contract pay? The contract pays 238,000. This is costing us 41,000. I would say it's worth it. I would say it's worth it. The Duna one is 611,000. So yeah, cha-ching. And actually that is what I like about the Contracts Plus. You see, the normal one gives you all the details. Yeah, it gives you all the details, but it doesn't give you the cost breakdown. This, you've actually got the cost breakdown. Alright, so we got that. Alright, so that's kind of what we've got over there. Now look at that, 238. Now what I could do, there's a couple of things I could do. First of all, let's have a look. Maybe this engine will be better. Skipper, which is a slightly weaker engine. And look at that, 106. So this one, I'll need to add extra things. So the main cell is the engine we want to use. But we've got a problem now. 234 is too fast. So we've got a choice. We can either control our throttle so that our throttle doesn't, so that we try maintain that 170 or whatever, 1.7. We could do it that way, or we could just thrust limit this down to that, so we're still going full throttle. So we're still going to go full throttle on this, but it's only going to push at 72% of the power and maintain that 1.7. And that's what I prefer doing. You know, so that I can always go full throttle, because full throttle is definitely the best type of throttle. Alright, now the other thing that we've got is, okay, this is a bit of a, not a very aerodynamic thing. So maybe we want to put some aerodynamics on there. And now that we've got the 2.5 shell, we can do that. So let's put higher. So let's do that. Now the question is, how do the Kerbals get in here? And how do they control themselves on that? Okay, so you see now it's down to 1.67. So now we can actually boost this up a bit. Right, so the extra weight has dropped the delta V a bit. Now, do we want to just play it a little bit safe and just add another small tank just for the giggles of it? Yeah, that's back, and now I can boost this up again. Yeah, I've got lots of power to play with. And so there we go. We got 1.7, and that looks good. 5,000 delta V. Now that's kind of 3573, so that should be enough to get us into orbit. And and we got to have go. Okay, so that should be fine, and it adds that added the extra 2,000. Not a problem. Right, and we are going to put these guys over here. Right, so this is kind of the Minimus outpost, and we are going to get Jebediah Kerman to fly this up. We are playing. We're not playing with life support, so Kerbals are actually. They don't need food. They don't need food. They just live forever. They can survive in a small little pod forever. Now, one thing to remember with the way this works, when it says have a facility supporting at least 5 Kerbals, it does not mean you need to have 5 Kerbals there. You just need to be able to have seats for 5 Kerbals. Not that you have to have it there. So that's one thing to remember. And okay, docking port we've got, can generate power. We've got has an antenna. Yep, we've got those. Got antennas. Have a facility that can support have a pilot on the outpost. Alright, so we have to land it with a pilot. Aidashi. And maintain stability. So it's just we've just got to land this on Minimus. Should be easy enough. But what we're going to do is we are going to launch this now, and we almost that one. Check. Remember, oops, no. Remember to check your staging. Okay. And launch. So we are going to pop this into this. Now remember, we're not having any antennas out. Right? No antennas are out at the moment. So it's only using that little 5K antenna that is in the cupola. And that's the way we want it. I mean, no problem with maintaining control of this craft because we've got a pilot. So there will be no issue maintaining control. However, we want to see how these antennas work. So let's boost this up, and we are just going to put him into orbit. That's it. Not really much to it. He is just going into orbit. So we wait for about 60, we turn. Just a standard normal launch. Nothing spectacular. He's increasing. Let's kind of see what's happening with the horizontal and the vertical delta V. Oh! It was kind of likewise. We're already at 10 kilometers, so we're going a little bit steep. We're definitely going a little bit steep. I remember we want to be at about 10 to 15 around this mark. So again, it's a bit of a steep launch. It's not really a problem so much. Right, and we're going up. That we're already at. Okay. And we are at 100. Boom. Okay, so we hit 100. So what we're doing is we are going to go over here and add a maneuver at the upper axis, and we're going to circularize. Okay, now what's happening? Oh, it's still got communications with the normal station. Jeb is a boss. And we just wait until we get into space. Look at this. We are in space. Right, now Jeb wants to see. I believe I can see. And Jeb can see. And we can just extend his solar panels. He's got some battery power. And these will remain out the entire time. Okay, now at 46 seconds, he's going to do his burn. I mean, he's still got good communication with everything. Remember, he's got no antenna out at the moment. He's just using the 5K antenna that is on this craft built into it. So he's got no antenna at the moment. Yeah, and at 46 seconds, he'll begin his burn to circularize. And off we go. Now, I mean, it was like I said, it was a steep launch. It was a very steep kind of launch. So that's why you had, to circularize, you've got to burn a lot of delta V. Right, and you see it's still communicating with it's still in communication with the KC, and so the KC's usually got a much stronger signal than everything else. So his communication is fine at the moment. Jeb's got no problem communicating. And there we go. Right, so he's doing just fine, young Jebediah Kerman. No issue at all. Look at him. He's happy. He's in space. He feels like he's at home. There we go. Okay, so he's at 102.98. That's fine. That's fine. He can do with that all. Okay, and he's still in communication with the KC. Nice. Right, now he's going out of communication with the KC. There we go. Okay. And even with that small little antenna, see, look at that, 88% communication. Right? So what he's doing with that small little antenna is he's communicating to this ComSat 3, which says, you know what, the best signal I can get is to talk to the KeoSat. Instead of talking to the ComSat 2, my best signal is the KeoSat. So look at that, see? Now that's what the cool thing about the KeoSat is always there, and now is the best signal. And look at that, he's kind of ComSat 69%. So because the antenna is not strong, it's only, look at that, 68%. However, watch this. So we got 68% there. If I open this one, boom, up to 100%. Because it's a much stronger antenna. So that's what it is. With the lower and with the smaller antenna, you get a less, even though it's quite kind of close, your signal is not so strong. So retract the antenna. And we get down to a much 66%. As we go further away and it needs to bounce off more signals, okay, that's actually a good signal. Why is it a good signal? Because this one is very close to it. When it was over here and it was communicating that, it was very far from it. So that's kind of what the low things are. If I had to go to the highest thing over here, the signal would be terrible. And that's kind of why you want low signals, low orbits, and high orbit. High orbit kind of where your powerful ones are. The low ones are just for your kind of small craft without any, with the built-in antennas to communicate. So that's where that's good. Okay, so we've got this in orbit. So now we want to send up a new pilot. Because Jeb just remembered, he said, oh no, I left my oven on. Always remember to turn your oven off before you go to space. It's a common rule. But Jeb forgot that. He was making a pizza and he wanted to keep the oven hot in case he needed to warm his pizza up. So he left it on. And he phoned up the thing and nobody's got keys to his apartment. So decided Jeb has to come back home. He cannot go to Minmus because he has to turn the oven off. That's how he left his cat out. So, what are they going to do? They are going to send up. What was that? They're going to send up another Kerbal to take Jeb's place to go to Minmus and bring Jeb home. So we've got to send up we've got to rescue Jeb. We've got to rescue Jeb. So what we've got to do is we've got to build a new craft. And we're going to build a command pod like this. Right, and what we're going to do with the command pod is we're going to have to give it we're going to have to give it a docking port so it can dock with the other craft. So here we go. We've got to use the same docking port that the other craft has got. If the other one had the Clampotron Juniors, we've got to use Juniors, but we are going to use the normal Clampotron one, which is the normal docking port. So we're going to use this so you can dock with the station and rescue Jeb. Because Jeb, of course, also forgot to pack a spacesuit. So he can't EVA. He's got no spacesuit, so they have to dock in order to get him back. Jeb was very, that pizza, I think it had a lot more. I think the mushrooms on that pizza, a little bit funny. Because Jeb forgot a lot of things. So they definitely need to rescue Jeb. Okay, so we're going to do that. Then we are going to have a heat shield to come back. We are going to have, so that will be the stage that, this will be the return stage. Yeah, I mean, Jeb is just not somebody that you want to go to space with. Definitely not. Okay, so we got that there, right now. So we're just going to we're sending up a little rescue boat. So we're going to call this the Jeb Rescue. We probably will call it Jeb Rescue 1 because, he's terrible that way. Wow, he's got his flip-flops on, his little shorts, his singlet. He's happy. Problem is that's not exactly space clothing. And he said, because people told him he was going to Minmus, so he said, oh, there's a minty place. Reminds me of the beach. I don't think he realizes Minmus is actually, not on Kerbal. You got caught a little bit off guard. Of course, nobody had a spare spacesuit. because that's the way it works. Rules and regulations are very lax. So this is what we've got for our little rescue craft. Okay, so how much is this? This is a lot of Delta V. Okay, so in order to do the docking, one thing which you want is you want to be able to control your craft quite easily. And the way to control your craft is through RCS. Okay, so we need to pack on some RCS fuel. If we look here, we've got a couple of tanks. Now we can either put on a big tank like this, which we don't, which is a bit kind of over the top. Or we can put on kind of small ones. These ones, see, this will give you 750 RCS, this will give you 60, and this will give you 150. They're pretty big. So let's actually kind of minimize this and do this. This is what I like to do when I don't need a lot of RCS. Is I go, and instead of putting it directly, I put it offset like that. Then I turn it over. Right. Then what I can do, bring it down a bit. Okay, and that kind of, it looks pretty cool. It looks pretty cool. You've got your nice, that's kind of, so we've now got ourselves 180 monopropellant, which is good for the RCS. Alright, so now we need to get the RCS so that he can dock and we've got good control of the craft. So how do we do that? What we do is we look at the center of mass of the craft. Look at where the center of mass is. And what we want to do essentially is take the RCS blocks and place them directly on that center of mass, because that is the best place to do it. Now you think, okay, well, that makes sense. However, what if we use a whole lot of fuel getting there? What's happening to the center of mass? It's going up. Okay, so let's maybe put this kind of, we're going to predict that we're going to use some fuel. So we're going to move these a little bit further up. So that so yeah, it's a little bit above the center of mass here, but once we use the fuel, it will kind of, the thing will stabilize. And what you do is you do 4 of them, so that you can cover all directions. Now, forward, back, left, right, up and down. There'll be like two boosters with each one. I mean, we could do it like this, where I just got two, and then of course you don't have up and down, or like sort of towards us, away from us, where the ones at the top have it. And that's when you've got these kind of, this one, little trick with this, put him over there. Right, you take that guy there, pull him out, and you put him down maybe a little in. Okay, and you see that gives you 5 directions. That gives you all 5 directions. And it's like, so instead of using 4, you could actually use 2. I could do this over there, but we're just going to take it easy and use 4. That's kind of like, look at that, that's 280. That's 620. So literally, for, so what's that? 900. For 900, so the 1,800, we could get all directions instead of 1,000. 1,800. So there's that. Although it's actually the same. Works out the same, really. That's 4. 4 times 4. Then No, sorry, 24,000. 2,400 as opposed to 1,800. So it's a little bit of saving if you wanted to go that way. But we are just going to use that one because it's just kind of easy. Definitely with space planes and stuff like that, that's a good thing to do. Now the other thing that they've got here as well is the Werner engine. Now what the Werner engine is it doesn't use monopropellant. You see that says requires monopropellant, thruster power of 1. The Werner engine actually is kind of like it works the same as RCS, but it uses liquid fuel and oxidizer, same as a normal rocket engine, but it controls off RCS, and it's got a thruster power of 12, so it's a lot more powerful. Of course, it's one direction only, where these guys kind of have a block that go in all the directions. That is one direction only. Right, so I can actually remove that. Now the other thing that we want to do, let's keep that there, because what we do need on this, we do need battery. We need some power. How much is that? 200. 400. That's 100. Oh. Yeah. Maybe let's do kind of let's do this like this for them. They're nice little green lights. Maybe do it like that. They're nice little green lights. And then what we're going to do is just going to take 2 of these. Oh, actually, that actually makes more sense. That makes more sense. How much is this? 0.02, 0.025. Okay. We do it like that. Right, now what's happened with the center of mass? It's still right. Brought it more to the down, but it should be still alright. Not that big offset. Okay, so that's kind of our little rescue craft. Right, so now we've got to get this guy into orbit. It's got full of thing. So now we're going to get this guy into orbit. So we are going to, and it's got parachutes to land. Right, so we're going to do that. We are going to and maybe okay, so wow, really close. Okay, and oh yeah, oh, that is a big one there. And then we'll do another one of these, and we will do okay, that's plenty. Okay, so this one fires that, fires that one. Alright, so look at that. $4,000, yeah, that looks good. That looks good. I mean, that's plenty. Plenty. It gives us the extra 600. I mean, we could just play it a little bit safe. You know, it's always good to have that extra fuel just in case. Not like we're hurting. But there's still 40,000. Okay, here we go. That's better. All right, and now we're going to try save as much as we can. So we are going to throw two there. Oops. Throw two. Right. But those ones fire. These guys will fire with those. Again, we're not sure if they're going to recover, but if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. And you can actually do this. E2. Alright, now the other thing that we've got to do, that's 221, so we can go full throttle. Let's throttle this down. Okay, 172, that's fine. Okay, and then let's remove all these Kerbals. Now, Lizney Kerbal is the one that's going to take over. And she's going to get... Valentina is the one... She's going to fly up to rescue. I only need 2 Kerbals. We're only going to risk 2 Kerbals. Really, we only need 1. And there we go. Okay, so that's done. Our Jeb rescue craft is done. So now we're going to launch this to go rescue Jeb. It's streamlined enough. We don't need to really do anything else on this. But what we're going to do is we are going to take this outside and launch. Alright, now, if you remember all the other rendezvous that we did quite a number of them, right? All of them have one thing in common. We wait for a time on which to do it. And here is our Minmus outpost. We're going to set it as the target. So we want to rendezvous with this. So what we need to do is we need to wait for this to come over this continent. What we're going to do is we're just going to speed up time a bit. I've got the parachutes. The parachutes are on the craft. No parachutes on this craft though. Okay. So it's over that continent. Great. Alright, so now we go there. Now I'm going to just F5 it. And we do our launch as normal. Hey, Bethro. We are rescuing Jeb, who forgot his stove on and forgot to pack a spacesuit. We're going to go rescue him, and we have to do it by docking. So we're just doing the launch as normal. Right, it's standard launch like all the others. Notice I haven't got an antenna on this craft because really this craft is has got pilots. It doesn't unless we're sending science back, which we're not really going to be an issue. This on target. Oh, and it's a bit of a... Oh, wow. Okay. That wasn't good. Right, so off this goes. And again, what we want to do is we want to get to kind of that... His orbit is at 100, so we want to get to that 100 as well. Oh, nice! Isn't it good the first time you do something in this game? It just feels awesome. Okay, so we're sending out this guy going up, and that he's reaching 100. Right, and we're going to go a little bit further. 104. Okay. So look what's happening. We there, he's there. Okay, so at this upper axis, we're going to hit the circularize. Now, we've gone a little bit off course. So what we're going to do is we're just going to bring this so it's kind of reaches back. Okay, that's it. So it's the same, you know, the same sort of rendezvous thing that we did exactly with the others. And we're in space, so we can actually open these guys up so that we are filling up our electricity, and we've got to burn 14 seconds for 33 seconds. So get ourselves ready. And Lizney Kerman and Valentina Kerman are all pretty much happy. So 14 seconds before, so what I'm doing is I'm going to just speed it up a bit. Get this. Okay. Then 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. Right, so we're burning on that maneuver node. And this is going to pop us into, you know, into orbit. I mean, that's the first step with anything. Get yourself into orbit. But this is going to be an orbit at 104, so it's going to be slightly higher. It's going to be slightly higher than, you know, than it's slightly higher than the other one. Okay, there we go. 104, 103. Perfect. Alright, so let's look at what's happening. Here we are at 104. Here he is at 101. Distance of 71 kilometers. So what's going to happen? Here they're going to be at 69 kilometers. So we might want to kind of get ourselves a little bit higher. Here it's going to be at 58 kilometers. So maybe we want to just increase it a little bit. Right, but what we're going to do when we do that is we're going to do it on the ascending node. Actually, just click in ascending node. And you can see what's happening. Look at that. See how the communications is working? Because now we've just left the KSC. So we're doing it on the ascending node. So what we're going to do on the ascending node is we are going to get ourselves into the right plane so that they're sharing the same plane, which, yeah, is kind of will make the rendezvous easier. And we are then going to just push us a little bit, just increase our upper axis just a little. Just increase our upper axis a little bit. And look what's happening. So what did I bring that to? 112. Let's actually do it to about 110. Just a little upper axis increase. And that will allow us to catch it slightly faster. Now, we know something, it's so close as 70, I don't think we need to. I think we'll just leave it at, yeah, we'll just leave it at 105. We just leave it at that. So it is higher. It's going to be catching it. It's just going to be catching it slowly. Again, no real rush. But we are definitely setting the planes to be at the right height. Alright, so that's like a 1.1 second burn. And in a little bit. And in fact, what I can do is I can just F5 this. Us being at a higher orbit means that the station is going to catch up to us. Right, so it's just this kind of soft burn. Okay, so that's kind of got us there. Alright, so what's happening? That's 69. Our upper abscess is 105, 103. So let's see. The next orbit, it will be closer. So really, this is just going to be we're taking a very conservative approach getting close to this. See, the distance is, we are closing to it. 50, 139. Again, very conservative, but we are so close it didn't actually need to do much. Right, and there we go. 9, and when it comes around over here, it's going to drop it by another bit. Look, it predicts it's going to be at 10 kilometers every. In fact, look at that. 6 kilometers. Right, and that's really the distance between them. Okay, so what we can do now is we can start maneuvering close to it. And again, it's just like we did with the other rendezvous methods. We go into the it's got the set to the target now. So yeah, 15. All right, so we fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull this prograde onto that. Pull it onto the target. Like that. Right, so now we are heading towards the target at 23 meters per second. Which is not a lot, but it's enough. Again, we're just doing this slow. And as you can see, this thing, it says when we get to there, we'll be within 2.3 kilometers of it. So a small little adjustment. But as long as we got this on the target, it means we are heading towards the target. However, as you go around, that's going to move off the target. See? Like that. When it moves too far off, what you want to do is you just want to pull it back. Right, and there you go. And so now we're heading straight at the target again. Look at that, 1.1. Alright, we don't want to get too fast, so just be careful of that. Right, and you see it's doing it again. Okay, so now we are within a kilometer of it. But again, we don't want to speed it up. So what we do then is we go onto the retrograde and we push that onto the target. And it slowed us down. It slowed us way down. Look at that. We are at 10 meters per second and it's getting close to it. And we're going to do this 9. I think we probably want to, when we get to 500, we want to really slow down to about 5. and then just let it drift in till it's about 100, 150 away. Okay, so we hit 500, so we're going to slow this down to about 5 meters per second. Again, keep it on target, about 4 meters per second. It's getting close, and when we get to 200, we want to slow it down. Oh, the mission is to rescue Jeb, who forgot his stove. He forgot his stove on and forgot to wear a spacesuit. So we're going to collect Jeb and replace him with a real astronaut. Somebody with a little bit more of a sense of responsibility. Basically, we're showing how to do the docking. Alright, so we look at 300. Alright, so we kind of slow this down. 1.1, we're getting nice and close. And again, this is exactly what we did with a normal rendezvous. So far, no difference between what we did before rescuing the Kerbals and docking. So far, no difference. Besides, building the ship with the RCS. The RCS in that. And whoop. Okay, so 283. Alright, so probably want to just get a little bit closer. At 1.4. Again, we've got a strong thing, so really what we want to do is we want to stop between like 200, 150. That's kind of a good place to stop at. And you can see all the communications working now. And again, we're just drifting closer and closer. And this is not exactly on target, but it's close enough. Yes, you can. Control shift would give you kind of the little burns and that. But remember, we're doing the engine, so we're not really. Our RCS is for kind of the fine maneuvers. Okay, so it'll be 183, and again, it's really close. Now, as Dev John Foss mentioned, if you press Control Shift, it will do kind of a quick, like a little puff of a burn. But got to be careful with that with Windows sticky keys. Windows sticky keys has an annoying habit of, like now if I do it here, Control Shift. Alright, so what we've done is I kind of stopped it pretty close. We're still going towards it at 0.01, but it's like at 164. So we are really close to it. We could get closer if we wanted to, but that's alright. Now to do the docking, this is what you do. There are two initial steps. First step, on the craft that you're going to be docking with, you click on your docking port and you say control from here. See that control from there. That means everything is relative to that point. Then what you would do is just zooming out, and on the craft that we're docking to, okay, you want to click on the docking port and say set as target. Problem is, I want to do there. The docking. Get the docking port. This is one of those annoying things. Actually, wait, can I aim camera? Perfect. Okay, so aim camera, and then set this as target. So now I then go back here and camera on that. Right, now what's happened is I've set that docking port as the target. This is our control from here. So look at that, it's got 149 meters. So this target now is, that target is kind of, that is the docking port. Now if I kind of move this like this, it means I'm aiming directly at it. And you can see that this is not kind of going to the docking port. So what we want to do now is we want to put on our RCS. And using I, J, K, L, H, and N, right, we would move so that is aimed towards the docking port. Then you can, if you press H, we'll speed ourselves up. As you can see, it's at this distance. Look at that, it's still, the numbers are still there. Now there is some docking helpers, like for example docking alignment indicator, which is what I use all the time, but I first want to show you in stock just how to do it. Now what you might have to do is you might find it easier to manipulate this craft to kind of so the docking ports face each other and things like that. And again, look at that, we are just, this part is heading directly towards the other docking port. That's kind of how we set it up. And you get RCS by pressing R. And because it's balanced, I'm not kind of burning any RCS to do it. Right, caps lock is another thing that, right, so if I look, now look at the way, I'll press H and N. See how much RCS it is. If I press caps lock, it goes into fine maneuvers. If I press, it's a much less amount by having caps lock on. So you've got much finer control if you do caps lock on, and at the moment we don't quite need it, but when we get close, then we'll go caps lock. I haven't tried caps lock with, I know it works with planes. I haven't tried it in map view because it's usually something that you don't, map view is for kind of a large maneuver. This is for the kind of small maneuvers. So again, I'm just constantly adjusting this. And we're just going close. I mean, we're still 58 meters away, so we're still quite far away. Hitting V to change locked. Oh yeah, I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, really, I can dock looking like this because I'm really just looking at this tool. This is kind of, yeah, for, you see, that's why I got an aim camera here. So it's focused on this. And it's really just so that you can see what's going on. I mean, what we're doing is we're really looking at this. This is kind of the key thing over here. Right, so it's 25 meters. So we probably want to slow ourselves down a bit. We're going towards it at 0.05, 0.06. So let's slow us down. So I do that by pressing Ed, burn away from it. Just get myself to alignment. Now see, now is where I want to press caps lock, get that fine movement, and slow ourselves down to about 0.03. That's 10 meters. And you can see what's happening. Slow ourselves down. Okay. Now, Okay, so look at that. They're not kind of aligned. So what we might need to do is just kind of align ourselves. And maybe N. And connect it. So that kind of alignment you've got to do visually. Got to do that alignment visually to, you know, in the stock game. I don't know a way of doing that non-visually in the stock game. And that's what docking port alignment indicator is. It helps you align the stuff, you know, properly. All right, so we are docked. Now you've probably said, okay, so how did I dock? It just seemed to get together and then they attached. And that's exactly what happens. Once you get close enough, the magnets take over and they pull the ships together. The smaller the ships, the easier it is to dock. All right, so now we've got these guys there. So how am I going to move these guys around? What I would do is I'd right click on the cupola and I'll transfer crew. And there's Jebediah. I'm going to transfer Jebediah to this module. So now Jeb's in here. Then this module, I am going to transfer crew. These are all the crew there. Listening, I am going to transfer into there. So that's it. I didn't need to have anybody go EVA. So if we look at where everybody is, that is Valentina, that is Jeb, and that is Lizney. Everybody's in their own little modules now. Jeb's sitting at the bottom in the naughty corner. That's where Jeb's sitting. Challenge: undock, rotate other ship. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. No problem. We can do that. While we're on here, let's do that. Okay, so let me actually remove this contract thing. Right, so that's so what's happened is, let's say Dave John gave me a challenge. Okay, so let's do this. So what we're going to do is we're just going to save it in case everything goes bad, and we are now going to undock. All right. So now we're on this ship. So what we're going to do with this ship, we are going to turn this that. All right. And we're going to switch over to this ship. And we are going to control from here. And we are going to dock to there. So this is what's happened. We want to now dock this. So what we do is we turn on SS, we turn on RCS. Now what we want to do is, obviously we want to get these things aligned. So we try get it kind of sort of the best alignment that we can. Right, now the problem is we are in front of it. And with this, it's a little bit hard to see. So what we're going to do is we are going to push ourselves backwards. And again, we probably want to go to the other side. So I'm doing this kind of that way. I'm doing this sort of visually. I'm just looking at the way the puffs are going and moving myself a little bit that way while I'm moving backwards. And yeah, I mean, it's because it's in a terrible position. That's kind of one way to do it. Just, you know, visual until it comes on, and there it is. There is the target. It's finally coming onto our nav ball. So now the target's on our nav ball. We've got to now dock this. So what we do, first of all, let's change it to prograde, and there's our prograde marker, and we move the prograde marker on top there. So now what's happening is we are moving directly at that port. Right, so it's moving directly at that port. Now maybe we just want to kind of move it a little bit that way. Yeah, just so it's moving a little bit further until that port comes into the center. And you can see what's kind of happening. Of course, you see, right, so bring it back there on that port. So we just keep that aligned like that, the prograde on the target. And there it goes, it docked. So, you know, that's kind of situations that you might be in. You might have to do different dockings and stuff like that. And that's where kind of the target and that visual, the target and your prograde and retrograde kind of tell you what, you know, the best way of doing that. Alright, so thank you for the job, us. I'm here all day. Alright, so now that we've done that, we can actually undock for real. And what we'll do is we'll just turn on RCS and we'll just burn this away from that ship. Alright. And we're going to take we're going to bring this one in for landing, but in the meantime, let's look at this guy. And what we are going to do with this guy is we are going to send him on his mission called Minmus. So we set Minmus as the target. Oh, give me a sec. I will just restart. I'll restart that chat client. Okay, that should be better. Just turn it off and turn it on. All right, try chat now. It should be better. All right, so we are going to Minmus. So we're going to set Minmus as the target. And remember, like last time, we're going to Minmus. We look because Minmus is at that. Because Minmus is at that funny angle, a funny inclination. We really want to go when it is sort of over here. You know, when it kind of crosses over, that's the best time to go. Now what we do is we go into that point, we pull prograde, so it pushes it out. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. See what's happening is it is actually encountering the moon. So if we just turn this on, which actually is interesting. Right, so let's see. Can we I'll bring it over there. How far am I from? Okay, so a little bit ahead. So maybe if I bring it back. Right, there you go. You see, you've kind of got the moon encounter. So that's an interesting thing. We are encountering the moon. What if use the moon encounter? There you go. What I can do is I can add trajectories, and boom, that's. Look at that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly by. I'm going to encounter the moon. And it's going to continue pushing me towards Minmus. The problem is it's going to be quite far from Minmus. So I wonder if I can. Oh, there. So, and I just change the angle. I'm just looking over here because it's doing a it's encounter the moon, so it's kind of bouncing off the moon's gravity. And let's... Oops. So that's a bit of a issue. Maybe touching the moon. What's going on there? Right. Okay, so we gotta actually get this. Oh, there we go. Okay, and that is 676. Okay, that's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fly off there. It's gonna go past the moon, which is gonna adjust it a little bit, and then it's gonna fly over to Minmus.
They are out there watching.
Hey Nezadam, thanks for the host. So that's kind of what we're going to do, and that will get us an encounter with Minmus. Okay, so 930 Delta V. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to wait 11 minutes and then we're going to do the burn. And it is a 44.8 second burn. And we still have got 900 left to land, which is fine. And once we land, we're not going to be able to get out of there. We are stuck. It's an outpost. So, just speeding this up. And at 26 seconds, we're going to start. But I mean, on the docking, is there anything that people don't understand? What we'll do next week is we'll probably take another look at the docking using the particular mod that I like. Start. Right, so this is burning towards... Now this is burning towards Minmus, but it's actually going to encounter the moon as well. Oop. Yep. Right. It's let's kind of see everything that's happening there. Okay, so there you go. That's kind of, yeah, that's good enough. So that's kind of what's happening. This is going there and then it's going to come around and it's going to hit that Minmus encounter over there. What we're going to do is we're going to readjust it when we get over there to get a better encounter with Minmus. But yeah, the other option was to wait till later and stuff like that. Going now, unfortunately, we just got to deal with the moon's gravity. 871 Delta V left. I mean, once she's on Minmus, she's staying on Minmus. She's not going away. So what we're going to do is we are going to, over here, let's use this and we're going to add an encounter when we get a moon encounter. For the first encounter, which is going to be in 2 hours time. In the meantime, let's take this guy, the Jeb Rescue, and we are going to try land Jeb as close to his, as close to his oven as possible. All right, now the problem is it's at nighttime, so we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait till daytime. Because Valentina refuses to land at night. Apparently, she's got some sort of eye condition that she can't see at night, and she even thinks Jeb is sexy at night. Poor Valentina. Poor girl. It is nice how you can see how this whole satellite thing's working. And this guy, he's busy on the way up to the moon. Still 1 hour 59 minutes to go. And the cool thing about the way this works with the communications, you can always see exactly where the KSC is by doing the single, the single method. You can always see exactly where the KSC is by only having the KSC as the thing. And you can see kind of how all this communications is bouncing around. Maintaining that good communication the whole time. And that's because, we set up a nice communications satellite system. And again, we did that all in one launch. You could do them, we did it all in 2 launches actually. You could do it in one launch if you got the abilities to, send up 4 satellites at a time. You could do it all in 4 launches, sending up a satellite. Nobody says you have to have 4. You could have 3 and do, in a larger triangle type thing. Like maybe geosynchronous, we want to set up a triangle. So if you set up a satellite over here, and you have it as a triangle instead of it's kind of that square thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, you see, I try to cover a couple of subjects, and you can see kind of why I spend so much time on doing the rendezvous and things like that, because that's kind of important stuff. Right, so let's have a look at this. We'll probably next one. Yeah, no problem. I don't know if you learned any tricks from that docking, which you didn't know before. Next week I'll do another docking one, but I'm going to use that docking alignment indicator, which makes the aligning your docking ports a lot easier, and finding out where you are in relation to the docking port a lot easier. Definitely one of the mods that, especially when you're dealing with big ships. Okay, so that's not quite there. But now what I'm going to do, I'm not actually going to jump to that ship yet because it needs to get past the moon. So I'm just going to first land Jeb. I'm going to first try land Jeb on that thing, and then we'll head over to the ship. Okay, so there we go. There is the KSC. Right, so they're going to add a maneuver over there, and we are going to burn retrograde, and let's see, how far is that? Maybe a bit too far. That's just kind of what's going to happen. Now that looks like it's shooting way over. Problem is, you've got the atmosphere in that, so that's probably going to be okay. Maybe even a bit more. So I think that looks good. Let's try do that. So it's a 5-second burn. Oh, I can actually turn off that anymore. And it's a 5-second burn. Oh no, sorry, a 10-second burn 5 seconds before. How's it looking? That's better. Alright, so get to 5 seconds before. Alright, and it is a 207 burn, which we've got. Ooh. Okay, that's close enough. How's that looking? I mean, it looks like it's shooting way by, but I think that's actually okay. So we're going to go over here, and now we could track these, those, and again, we don't actually need any of this. Oh, about the reroute. Yeah, rerouting is very useful, especially when you're building, multiple parts on a craft. Right, so we have sent this thing to go all the way down. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to I'm going to get rid of this part. We don't need it anymore. We don't need the engine anymore. And the Kerbals are free. Set your Kerbals free. Okay. And we are heading down. Alright, there we go. And let's see what happens. 4 times warp. Yeah, we're getting lower. Let's see if we can land, how close we are to this. We're slowing ourselves way down. We're hitting the atmosphere. Where is the KC? There. Right, we're making it over the mountains. That's good. Wow, we're still short. We are still short. We made it over the mountains, but we still ended up being short. Alright, let's deploy the parachutes. So yeah, so even though it was shooting way past, we still ended up short, and that's mainly because of the air pressure and stuff like that. I can turn off essay. That was the other rocket parts coming down. Right, so Valentina and Jeb have arrived home. Jeb's going to rush home to turn on his stove. And Valentina bought a spare spacesuit for him. Alright, so there they are, all done. Going to recover this vessel. So Valentina and Jeb are back. And let's see, what have they got? No signs. We didn't try to get signs. How far did we land? 32 kilometers from the KC. No XP for either of them. Alright, so let's head off to it wants to move this one in a different orbit. You see, this is kind of a new thing I can see. This is a new mission. Take this ComSat and push him into a different orbit. Don't know if we want to do that. But anyway. Now. Minmus Outpost. Right, there's our Minmus Outpost guy. So we are going to fly him. And what we're going to do with him is he's going to go past the moon, and then he's going to sort of kick in over there. So he's doing his flyby of the moon. Hi, Mr. Moon. Hi, Mr. Moon. And he gets into this thing. And now he's on the way to Minmus. So, what we're going to do is we are going to add a maneuver over here. 8 minutes. A bit closer. Maybe make it about 2 minutes time. Okay, and then we are going to focus on Minmus. Right. And look at that. That's way out. So what we're going to do is we want to bring this across. Oops. Okay. Cross. How is that one? Maybe, but 16, 10. Okay. So a small little 6.7 meters per second delta V, and we've got ourselves into a nice kind of engagement of Minmus. So that's kind of what we've got to do. It's tiny little burn. In fact, we could probably do it now. This is going to do right. And now is a time where you'd use Control Shift. Just give it that little tap. Control Shift. Just F5 it. And Control Shift. One more. What's that? That's at 8. Maybe just one more. Okay. The 17. All right, you know what? That's good enough. All right, so there we've got it. It's coming in at 17. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a maneuver. We'll circularize. Perfect. And we are going to add that when it gets to that maneuver. We need to do. Right. That's fine. All right. So in 8 days' time. Now, if we go back to the craft. Right. And if we look at this craft, look how how it's got no communication. Everything is out of range, because remember this communication of it. Now we've got no communication at all. Nothing is in range. However, if I open this antenna up, we've got full communication again, because it can communicate. That's directly with the KSC, but how it's going to the other satellites. It can maintain that communication the whole time. It's maintaining that communication that whole time, but only because we've got this antenna. Now, if we take, we've got that antenna which is able to communicate with one of the satellites. This antenna, if I take this antenna down, antenna, as soon as we take the antenna down, the one built into this craft doesn't have 5K. It can't communicate. It's too far for it to communicate with anything. So we could get away with it around low Kerbal orbit, but you can't get away with it you know, away from Kerbal orbit. You don't high above Kerbal. You can't get away with it. Right, but we're just going to speed this up. And let this go through. Okay, so we are getting ready for that burn. Now, again, there's no problems with doing the burns and things like that. With this thing, there's no problems with the burns and that because we've got a Kerbal on board. So, there are no issues with that. If this was a robotic, if it was just a probe, we wouldn't be able to do this. We would have to have that antenna out. But because it's a Kerbal, you maintain control even though you don't have any communications. And this is why this is why I suggested when you set up your communication satellite, send up a Kerbal and let the Kerbal actually release the satellites. That will be the easiest way to do it because the Kerbal's got full control. Okay, so oh yeah, there's a relay antenna here as well. So, let's see. Perhaps 15. Okay, you know what? That's good enough. Okay, so we've got ourselves into orbit. Now, you've also got this relay antenna. So if we put this relay antenna out, what's going to happen? Yep, it's got it. But now, this relay antenna, okay, so look at this relay antenna. Right, so look at that. Okay, let's just close this. Okay, so the relay antenna. So look at the signal strength, 56%. I mean, it is connecting to this, the low one, then it's connecting to the high one. But to this low one, it's a 56% connection. Because it is only a 5 megawatt or whatever. This guy is a 2 giga. This one's a mega. So this is a much powerful antenna. However, what can happen is this will allow it to actually, ships with small antennas around Minmus will be able to talk to this, and it could still communicate there even though it's not very strong. It could communicate back to KSC. So a ship with no antenna or just an inboard antenna would be able to communicate with this and bounce the signal back to Kerbal. If I've got this guy out instead of this guy, all of a sudden with this guy it's there. So if I've got this one out, which is a direct antenna, other ships will not be able to use this to bounce it off back home. This one can communicate back home, but if this one's not out, they can't do it. And that's kind of what the difference is between a relay and not. Okay, so we are going to now wait for a good landing spot to come up. Everyone, I mean, we could land over there. See, now I'm behind the planet, so there's no communication behind Minmus. And there you go. Okay, so alright, so I think what we're going to do is we are going to land this outpost on here somewhere. So let's do this. Now again, if I was a probe, I wouldn't be able to do this, but because I am a Kerbal, I can actually do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put, and that's going to kind of get us in that direction. I'm going to try land over here. That's what I'm going to try land. So what I'm doing is I'm flying over it in the adjustment. It's dropping my orbit to take us out of orbit and to land over there. Now, of course, I can do all these maneuvers because it's a Kerbal in control. A probe wouldn't be able to do this until it had communication. Right, so this is kind of a small little burn. And let's just F5 it for safety. Always too many F5s than not enough F5s. And it's a 17 meters. Yeah, I can do it. Okay, so that's good enough. All right, and then we are coming over. Look. Okay, yeah, that looks about right. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to burn and push this up. What we did with the normal landings. We burn. That goes up towards the center. Hit this onto surface, so there you go. Alright, and we are landing right there. Over here, and look at that. How high am I? 4 kilometers up. I've got all those things open because I mean it's might as well have it open. And let's look at our contract. Our contract says land your outpost on Minmus and maintain stability for 10 seconds. I've actually got to land this. And that will finish the contract. Right, so I'm going at 43. I'm 227. Now these engines are pretty powerful. I mean, look at it, 64. It's got a thrust to weight ratio of 64 if I go full burn. So I can slow down pretty quick. I mean, that's just a tiny fraction. We've got no lights on this thing. Look at this. It's kind of it's a cool place. It's right there and next to something else. So, nice view. Yeah, direct antenna takes precedence unless somebody is trying to use the relay. But remember, the direct antenna will not be able to relay stuff from another craft. It's only communication from this craft. So if you kind of think, you know, oh, maybe I have 2 direct antennas, one to accept, one to... No. Has to be a relay. It's the only way that you can communicate that way. Where's the shadow? Oh, there's the shadow. I mean, we are kind of... I mean, a second land. There we go. Done. We landed. So if both are deployed. Yeah, okay, so now that both are deployed, this guy, if you look at it, it's idle at the moment. This one is idle at the moment. So let's wait until these guys. There we go. Okay, so they're both right. So there you go. They're both there. So let's have a look. Idle. Idle. Okay, so let's put this one away. Retract. So, oh, it's okay. Why is this green now? And it's got a good solid line. And it's, even though I've got this antenna, which was giving us a 56% rating, why have I got that good solid line? And that is because it is communicating directly with the KSC, which has got the most power out of any of our antennas. So that can easily do it. However, if I let this just move a little bit so that the KSC is out of range. Still on the KSC. There we go. Okay, so now we are beyond, can't see the KSC directly. Okay, why is it now doing it? That is because it is on this high orbit satellite, which has got the 15. Remember, this one has got the bigger dish, so it can get a clear signal to the bigger dish. Right, so let's wait this more till this one is out of range. Okay, there we go. Now it drops because these satellites don't have the same power. So that's why that is dropped to 57%. I mean, if we look at this satellite, this dish has got the power of 15G. If we look at one of these smaller ComSats, these guys have only got the power of 2G. So that's kind of really the limit of 2G. It can get there. If we look here, this has got the power of 5M. Now it's really, this is kind of 5M is the limit of the range of this thing. If we look at this one, it's got a power of 2G. So no problem for 2G. But because it's 5M, if the other one was 2G, no problem. But because it's 5M, it doesn't have the power to go all the way through like that. So that's kind of where you've got to work out the power and stuff like that. I mean, there's a whole lot of documentation, we're reading up the power, how to combine them, how to work it out and stuff like that. I just use the biggest one available. Yes, that's kind of my way. Use the biggest available. But you can work it out really well. I tend to use the big dishes on the outer ones, and the smaller ones on the inside thing. There you go. Com relay. Yeah, there's 100G, and that's what I use for setting up interplanetary kind of missions and stuff like that. Yeah, so but as you can see what's happening. How it's routing this way around so you can speak to Kerbal. Now you might want to do like another satellite system that's kind of out, so that when these planets are behind, it can bounce around to come back. They might kind of have that big solar outside one, so that the back of the planet always has access to Kerbal by moving it around. So a really major sort of high one out there, kind of a little bit beyond Minmus orbit. And that way, your moon and stuff like that won't get in the way. But that's done. So let's go back to the Space Center, because what we did was we needed to land that. We achieved that mission. So let's look at what we've got here. Alright, so let's have a look. You build a new surface outpost on Minmus. You're finished 238. Done. World first. We've started constructing the first station around Kerbal. Oh, and we performed a docking maneuver. You see, that called it a space station because two paths docked together. The stage that recovered, destroyed, contract complete, position a satellite in equatorial. And so these are all the other parts that we did. Alright, so that's kind of it for today. We did the ComSats and we did some docking. Next week for the tutorial we'll do some more docking and we'll look at getting to Duna. Yeah, how do we set up to go to Duna? Because that's kind of our next mission, is to get to Duna. Alright, so look at that. And then we might need to get to science to kind of work that out. Alright, but that is our whole comm system. See how cool that looks? Alright, so that's it for today. Hope you all learned something and yeah, got some knowledge out of that. A solar ComSat relay network, exactly. Well, you see, that's the thing. I mean, what I tend to do is actually with my last game, what I did was I launched satellites and I sent them just outside of the Kerbal system. So one was sitting over here, and that was the way that things could communicate with that one, and then it would redirect it to it. Then I sent some other ones up to kind of the Duna orbit. So, and I did the same sort of elliptical thing. So I did from here an elliptical thing. So every time it got to this part, it released a satellite. So I ended up with that same sort of 4 system thing around Duna orbit, meaning that pretty much anywhere in the system could communicate with Kerbal via the relay. It took a couple of years Kerbal time to get everything in position, but you know, if you say communicating and the sun's in the way, no problem, it would route around it. And also it would kind of, you didn't need to have as strong one to go from this all the way back there, because you just needed to go to here and then it would bounce the signal around to get there. So it's so that's definitely one thing you could do at sort of send one in kind of that whole solar orbit and stuff like that. Works absolutely. It works really well. I mean, what we've done now is we've just done a very basic Kerbal, a Kerbal communication one. And I always in all my games, I turn off all the other communication things that only have the KSC as my main point of communication. It just makes it more fun. It makes it more fun to think about setting it up. Now, the other thing that I also do sometimes is I will do satellites in a polar orbit at that same sort of thing, but in a polar orbit. So you kind of, you've got that coverage from wherever you are. Different things for different people. But that's it for today. And next week at 6 a.m. UTC on Friday will be another tutorial. And and we're just going from there. Our next mission is to actually go to Duna. So that's going to be part of next week's tutorial. Docking and Duna. docking and planetary transfers. So that's what we're going to do. And then we might have to do some more missions just to get some more science. You know, space station, stuff like that. That might be part of the whole docking thing. Okay, so that's it. And I will be back in an hour and a half for another stream. Not sure what game we're going to play yet, but we'll see in an hour and a half. So, yeah, if you're interested, you want to see more, hit that follow button and that should alert you when I go live again. So until next time, thanks for watching. See ya.